I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs spoon. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make the man and some pressure make a gemstone. Try to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Not the boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, I'm scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama hip, so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly! Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Officer.
Boy, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Officer.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with all of you guys tonight. Thank you all for coming in, and I will say hi to everyone. I know I kind of said hi in the chat. Witchy Mama, I don't know how I didn't see you. I love when you put your little tap the like button, but she says it like smooch it, bop it, flick it, tap it, dance on it if you wish, but please hit that like button. Thank you, Witchy. I can't believe I missed your comment. I get to scrolling through and then I go in the back. And Kylie's Nail Candy too is here. Good to see you, Kylie. And then it seems like I might miss a couple people that are coming in. So glad to have you guys all here. And Chuchi, thank you so much for putting the disclaimers in the chat. Also, one of our mod friends, Holly, had us scared tonight at the house, but they're doing okay. Just asking for prayers. And, you know, that is always a good thing to do. So tonight we have a major trigger warning. This part two is gonna get really upsetting and scary. This story is one of the worst out there, right? Just a really sweet lady who is taken advantage of by money hungry people who are probably on substances. I don't know the full ins and outs, just as it pertains to interrogations and what we've been talking about. I even started a poll tonight because I just don't think that Katie was properly questioned, right? Or Chris. Nobody was brought down to the station. The parents should have been. The close grandparents maybe even should have been, especially once we got to know who they are. So this is going to be very interesting, but I do want to talk a little bit about Gail Spencer before we jump in. If you guys didn't get a chance to check out the first half of this interrogation, it is really good, right? It has a lot of elements that uh, police are looking for when they're trying to question an individual about a crime. And then also just some really interesting techniques that were used. Some might say they're a little unorthodox or, ooh, he's getting a little bit too close. But, kind of zooming in on a potential suspect, I think they did a really good job of kind of keeping the boundaries, but just, towing the line a little bit. Again, we saw them go through kind of a little bit of a poker game, right? Where they're bluffing and then, okay, well, what about this? And they're going back and forth. The suspect is lying her butt off. Now everybody in this story has been convicted already. So this happened quite a while ago, back in 2012. And so it's kind of nice to be able to go over some of these interrogations and identify some of the things that we can look at patterns in true crime. And I think that this is one area where I keep kind of zeroing in on it. We did another interrogation video with Brittany Gosney, right? And she was the mother who reported her son James Hutchinson missing, and then come to find out she knew where he was the whole entire time. So I do believe that Katie Proudfoot knows at least somewhat about what happened to Sebastian. Sometimes I question the level of knowledge. Sometimes I question whether maybe Chris did something and she didn't know exactly what happened, right? She handed her son over knowingly, but she didn't know where he was put, possibly in a school, possibly something worse, right? Or some foul play. But I don't think for a minute that Katie doesn't know where Sebastian is, right? It's just all of her actions, words have pointed to she already knows where he is. She hasn't looked for him, in my opinion. So very interesting. And little Miss Sharon, thanks so much for being here. Also, thank you so much for your super chat or super sticker. I did set a goal for tonight, so I appreciate you guys chipping in on the goal. That's so awesome. And yes, so one crime TV. Thank you, Chuchi. Mr. Black is his name, and I know that's probably how people know him best on the YouTube streets. But I do like his commentary. Really smart. Puts in a lot of information. Um, and he does tons of interrogation videos. Like this one isn't the only one he's got. Plenty of them out there. So, oh, there's Holly. Good to see you, Holly. Oh, see, I miss people in the chat, and Bo is here. Thank you for being here, Bo. Also, let's see, and thank you, Bo, also for being a member for 7 months. Oh my gosh, Bo says, "Yay!" Seems longer. Oh well, I know exactly. I'm always surprised with how long people, and how long I've been going live too. Um, we're right on, I think we might have even missed like the exact anniversary of when I started doing YouTube videos, but I've been on YouTube doing videos for 2 years, going live for only one. So really exciting. And thank you guys all for, your memberships, liking the videos, watching the videos. Even if you guys don't particularly like me or you just like want to watch because you don't know how you feel or whatever, or you really don't like me or whatever. I appreciate you guys viewing the videos that I put out because um, they mean a lot to me. I put a lot into them, so I appreciate when you guys watch them, even if we don't agree or something like that. It always does mean a lot to me. So thank you for that. And Little Miss Sharon, thank you again for your super sticker. I couldn't remember if it was super chat or super sticker. And hey, Susie, good to see you. Howdy. And there's Kylie too. Good to see you, Kylie. And Sandy. I love Sandy's avatar, guys. It's a Sebastian, like with um, a Roblox kind of theme, or not Roblox kind of theme, excuse me, Minecraft. Hello, Minecraft kind of theme. So really, really cool. Thank you. I've just been having Roblox on the brain here lately with these other cases. And Bo, I did see the wood chipper. That was hilarious. It's funny now that we talked about wood chippers, I seem to see them more frequently, like even in my searches. And I'm like, no, I'm not in the market for one. But yeah, we need to get a video out about just teasing about the wood chippers, and I'll be sure to use that one. That was a pretty big one too. Some of these things are like really heavy duty. So, and also Sandy had made an AI. Guys, I did want to say too earlier, we were talking about kind of the bad things about AI, but there are also pretty good things about AI as well. And it makes me wonder if possibly they're going to be coming out with an age progression for Sebastian because look, he's been missing for 2 years. He was 15 when he went missing. He's now 17. So I wonder if they're going to give us any type of, I mean, I don't know how much we change in 2 years, but when you're a kid and you're growing up, typically there are some changes that are noticeable, in my opinion. So I'll be interested to see if maybe uh, Missing and Exploited Children or National Center, excuse me, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children will be putting that out. Um, so it's unfortunate that we have to do that. Um, and again, Witchy Mama, hello. Thank you, Susie. Susie says, I'm praying for all the missing children. May they be, may it be this year that they are all found. I mean, I know law enforcement as a whole, it seems to be doing a lot of good in terms of like stings and different things. Once they know what they're dealing with, they're able to kind of implement some sort of a plan to combat it. But I know it's rough because every day there's a new little one. Even I just shared one. Dejanay is her name. I think I'll have to pull it up over here. Let's see. But yes, Frazier, Dejanay Frazier. And before we end the show out, I will share her out as well. She was walking with her little dog. And that always concerns me because usually dogs don't leave, especially the kids. We usually find the dogs with the kids. Um, Hello, Cinderella. So good to see you. And Sharon Marlowe is here. Good to see you, Sharon Marlowe. Hello, SI Officer. Thank you guys for joining in. Oh, thank you, Sharon, for your super sticker. Also, or super chat. I think they grilled Seth and let KP and CP give them a narrative of what happened. I think you're right in the way that it seems like they were more aggressive in the search over at Seth's house because he did say that they turned the beds over and did, all of this kind of more of an aggressive search. Um, it's so odd to me because, obviously Seth was working at Davidson County Prison or jail that night. So that's always interesting to me that they wouldn't not automatically clear him because I'm not saying that would be an automatic reason to clear someone, but I'm just surprised, Witchy Witchy says she's in ninja mode. I love it. Hey Mama, so good to see you. Hello, Mama. And yes, absolute trigger warning tonight, guys. Thank you, Little Miss Sharon and Chuchi. It is appalling. It is appalling. I agree. Um, it's crazy how much we're seeing just across the board, the violence, the different. I mean, I'm in a funky algorithm, I guess, now, because now all it wants to show me is long crime. There's this show called Scandal or Scandalous, and it's one of the gals from Law and Crime, but she goes over crimes against kids, and there was a mayor that popped up into the algorithm that was inappropriate with a young boy at her house. They were having like a pool party, and she was doing all of these disgusting behaviors in front of everybody, right? Didn't try to hide it. It's the level of power that we're seeing, and the entitlement is like off the charts. And then they're like, oh, well, what do you mean you're going to arrest me? It's like, well, of course you're going to be arrested for that. Are you crazy? What the heck is wrong with you? So, um, Lady Freedom, appreciate you all being here tonight. Thank you. Thank you so much, little Miss Sharon. And now, in my opinion, she knows where it is at when she looks up to the sky. I know. And those are the moments, SI officer, that are scary to me. In my opinion, that's when I get worried about, because when Katie looks up and does that whole thing as if she's, I mean, because I find myself doing that from loved ones that I've lost, right, in the past, who I'm looking at dearly, and I'll look up, and a lot of us do that when thinking about our loved ones, because a lot of us believe that our loved ones are up in heaven. So it is very concerning when she does that. Hello, my PTSD, and thank you so much for your Cash App today. I hope you got the little heart that I sent back. I wish they would let us do like a message back, but I very much appreciate you for that, and thank you very, very much. So, um, and Tam says, I worked for a wilderness program here in Utah. If they pay cash, kids can get it in without others knowing. Wow, many movie stars and singers put their kids in with others not knowing. Tam, we have discussed that a lot, because that's one of the options that I feel like it's not fair to take it off the table, since they definitely exist, and it's been alleged, and by all parties involved have pretty much said yes, we were, and there were emails, right, to prove it as well, that they were looking at different schools and even being recommended schools for Sebastian to go to. So I can't take that off of the table no matter what. And then when I hear stories like this, right? And there's been tons of documentaries, tons of people have come out. I do worry though about Katie and her basement dark web comment 55 days into Sebastian being missing, when she is done yelling at and allowing for her husband to yell at and disrespect Heather Cohen, Seth's PI, who's, at the time, I suppose, was just looking for Sebastian and trying to help, right, and gather information. Well, they were pissed off because she had come too close to the easement on their lawn, and I own half of it and my neighbor owns half, and you were stepping on our half or their half or whatever, and I own it and there's no common areas and all that jazz. But at the end of that conversation, or towards the end, Katie says to Heather, and it seems like she's saying it to her seriously, right? I mean, because she could have been being a jerk, but I don't know. I mean, she says he could be in a basement somewhere, and then she goes, I need you to look at the dark web. I need you to do that. Do you have capabilities to do that? Heather says yes. I don't know if she did or not, or if she was just kind of agreeing or saying, let me look into it, kind of a thing. I don't know if that was ever looked into, but I think because Katie offered that up, and it was never brought up before, even when people would say to Katie, what do you think happened to your son? The only time that she changed her story, the original story of, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? Or I heard a noise and then there was a thud. the only time that she's really changed her why did he walk out that door scenario or Sebastian walking away with no shoes on is she told Nancy Grace that because the area had been searched, the 5 mile radius about, right? Because they were kind of extending it out, was like 3, 4, 5. They kind of ended it around that area roughly without knowing for sure. But she said because they searched that already that she has to think in her head that maybe someone has her son, right? And then 55 days in, she's telling Heather Cohen the same theory. I think that's important. And again, I'm trying to go back to the beginning and kind of remember all of this. We're going to be compiling it into like a war room for Sebastian on Discord. And just only really serious people that are wanting to put into the research. I'm not going to want it shared out until we share it publicly here, but I mean it'll be something, a group effort that we'd be working on, going back to the very beginning, because again, I can't say that that's not another option either, Tam. So the school, yes, for me. Another strong option would be that they are having Sebastian being harbored by someone, to keep him away from his father, to keep control. We know that the Proudfoots love control over the situation. Both of them like it. They both like terrorizing people and watching their pain. That is a huge motivation for some of these people that most of us normal people don't understand. But it's definitely an element. I mean, hell, they love taunting the police, right? They like getting over on people. So, oh, little Miss Sharon, thank you. Uh, thank you. I didn't know that. I just saw Holly, and they're like, okay, Holly's here. Thank you, my PTSD. That's so sweet. Oh, she says, love your videos. I wanted to make a quick one for Gail Spencer. She really deserves it, guys. What a sad story. Hey, Liberty, good to see you. Thank you for being here. So, yeah, and they never did talk about identifying features on Sebastian, like, his freckles or his dimple. That was never mentioned in the beginning. And you would think it would be. Sandy, I think, I really think it should have been mentioned in the very beginning because it's just something to remember. Hello, YouTuber is here. So good to see you. Thank you, Mama, for the green hearts. I think eventually, years down the line, when the DOJ investigates this investigation, we are going to be appalled to learn there was not a real investigation in this case as far as anyone but Seth. That's interesting, Liberty, because it does appear that way. I mean, that's two people who are saying now, it doesn't appear, and that's why I wanted to put the poll up today too. And that poll is open for conversation and not just a yes or no, because sometimes people can say, well, I think maybe they attempted to, because I'm starting to think they attempted to try to go in against Chris and Katie, and they were caught in a world of shit, and so they decided not to go there with them. And you have to, you can't be a coward, right? You have to take risks a bit. And the officers in Macon. So it's like bacon, but it's Macon, Georgia. I've been practicing for Miss Ann tonight because I said it wrong earlier. And some of those counties, well, everywhere there's counties like that, that are just, it's not what it appears to be. Like one in Texas, I know is called Bear County, but it looks like Bexar. And people are like, it's not Bexar, it's Bear, So I want to get it right. And thank you so much, Miss Ann, too, for correcting me. And hello, Kiki. Good to see you. So really, really interesting live tonight. So first I want to get into a little bit about what happened in the crime, since this is a part 2. And hello, Mama Davis. So good to see you. So we're going to read a little bit about the crime really quick, and I'll show you the video. So this is going to be from 2012. Again, this is an older crime. Everybody has been convicted. There was a lot of back and forth involved. right, in this. You guys agree? You guys agree with that? Yeah. Thank you, SR Officer Kiki. I mean, I'm wondering because I always thought it was later that she lawyered up, but I'm thinking it was probably quicker than that. And then Chris was saying like, "Oh, nobody could do it without me." Well, no, they probably were doing, they probably couldn't question her because they knew she had a lawyer. Which it's not that they can't bring her in for questioning; it's just that the lawyer's there, so it's going to be a different ball game altogether. So, and we're going to see that. We're going to see that play out in this interview. And that turns interrogation very quickly once they realize, I mean, they knew the whole time they were lying, but so this is Crime Daily, and this is a brief synopsis on grandmother Gail Spencer, who was brutally raped and red rummed in a scheme to steal millions from her work, right? So this week, Your Worst Nightmare examines the tragic case of Gail Spencer, a grandmother who was raped and red rummed as part of a scheme to rob the place where she worked. In 2012, in Macon, Georgia, 58-year-old grandmother Gail Spencer failed to turn up at a lawyer's office where she worked as a legal assistant. And guys, we always know that if someone doesn't show up to work that usually does, that's a big red flag, right? So we need to get some alerts out for people as soon as that happens, because I think that's a huge red flag. At least do a well check, right? Some of her coworkers became concerned and called the police, who soon found her body in her home where she had been brutalized, right? And she was also suffocated to death. Ugh. The crime shocked the locals, and police began urgent investigation that soon turned up a family of suspects who would soon admit their guilt in a plot to steal millions. And we're going to see this unfold again. Tracy Michelle Jones had a plan to wire millions of dollars from the lawyer's office, but needed to get Gail out of the way because Gail had access to this, right? And she was entrusted to transfer funds. Very, very sad. To this end, she recruited her boyfriend, 18-year-old Michael Brett Kelly, to hold Gail captive at her home whilst she wired the money to various accounts. Another man, Keith Anthony Dozier, acted as a lookout, and Kelly's half-sister, Courtney Nicole Kelly, was also involved. Things became murderous when Kelly started hurting, right, graping Gail, and then put a bag over her head. All while Dozier was nearby in a process that took 20 minutes, right? So nobody did anything. They allowed for this 18-year-old to do something wholly awful. And guys, please do not let him charm you or feel bad for you, because he is going to start bawling like the little biatch he is, and like the officer said he would in part 1. So please don't feel sorry for this young man, because I was telling myself the same thing. It's difficult, especially being a mom, but the brutalization is the key here. And he does not feel sorry, in my opinion, even though he starts squawking like a canary. All right. All 4 were eventually found guilty and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, apart from Courtney Nicole Kelly, who was given the chance of release, right? Which she doesn't deserve it. So absolutely the worst nightmare for this beautiful woman. And now I would like to share with you a video and just goes over some pictures of her and her life, because she did not deserve to have her dignity taken away by some monster for money. I don't care how much money.
3 suspects accused of murdering a Macon woman were denied bond this morning.
58-year-old Gail Spencer was found dead in her home on Stinsonville Road Saturday morning. Her body was found after firefighters responded to a welfare check.
I obtained a copy of the arrest warrant for 3 people charged with murdering Gail Spencer. It states Spencer's death was a result of, quote, suffocating at her home. Courtney Nicole Kelly and Michael Brent Kelly were arrested and charged, along with Tracy Michelle Jones. According to Spencer's former boss, Calder Pinkston, Jones used to work with the victim. No word if the Kellys had a relationship with Spencer. Investigators say when Spencer's body was found at this home, there were no signs of forced entry and her car wasn't there. 41 NBC first showed you this video last night of a silver Acura being pulled from the church parking lot. I spoke with police today who confirmed the car belonged to Spencer. Spencer's body was found with no visible injuries. She was discovered after neighbors noticed suspicious activity and called police for a welfare check.
Since we were not sure, we went ahead and started an investigation like we usually do, treat it as a homicide until we get the autopsy results back. We got the autopsy results yesterday morning, and it was ruled as a homicide.
Neighbors I spoke with declined to go on camera, but they described Spencer as a sweet person who loved animals and was devoted to her job. One neighbor told me Spencer worked at Pinkston's office for nearly 20 years.
Three of the four people charged in the death of Macon legal secretary Gail Spencer will serve life in prison.
A crowd of family and friends dressed in red looked on as Bibb Superior Court Judge Tillman Self handed out the ruling. Tracy Michelle Jones, Michael Brett Kelly, and Kelly's half-sister Courtney Nicole Kelly all pleaded guilty today to felony murder as well as a slew of other charges. Courtney Kelly has the possibility of getting parole. District Attorney David Cook says he wants today's hearing to be a message to those who commit a violent crime.
We're just grateful to be able to get justice for Gail Spencer, her family, and the community on 3 out of the 4 defendants. Had the attorney not gotten sick earlier this year, we would have wrapped these folks up about a month ago.
The fourth co-defendant in this case, Keith Anthony Dozier, is in the Bibb County Jail awaiting trial. Cook says the state is seeking the maximum sentencing on Dozier, which could mean life in prison without parole. A trial date has not been set.
And guys, Gail Spencer, she really loved the color red, right? Hey, Holly. Hey, Devin. Really, really sad, right? She loved the color red, and you could tell in all of her pictures she had red nail polish on. So, you know, what a sweetheart. Hey, Gail. You know, so I mean, it's just so tragic. And again, I just wanted you guys to see this because I don't want you feeling sorry for any of these people, because I almost did for the 18-year-old boy. And we did a part 1. If you guys, you know, want to try to catch that too on the replay, it was really good. We just kind of went over the first part of the interrogation. And I will kind of give a little bit of background there. So this 18-year-old boy, you should see him now. I mean, if he had tattoos before, now he's got like full face tattoos, looking like the crazy one. What's his name that has all the face tattoos? I can't think of it off the top of my head. Wade Wilson. Looking like Wade Wilson with like the fake, like, I guess it would be like skull teeth, you know, that are like tattooed. Yes, Bo Wade. Like, you know, it's unbelievable. And I just, it's pure evil, like Kiki said. I mean, just really pure evil. But we did go over part 1. Oh. And I just put this silly thing in there for you guys to make you laugh. So one crime TV with Mr. Black. So we're going to go ahead and watch that part. So basically, this all transpired. They brought in Tracy, and they have already interrogated her, and the police officer is calling her bluff, and he's saying, you know what, Tracy, I know you're lying. Let's see if we can get your boyfriend on the horn. Let's see if he'll come down here. I don't think he's going to answer, and that sort of thing. Yes, Holly Wade Wilson. Oh my gosh, that guy is such a creeper. Um, Yet he's got women who try to contact him all the time. So he's they're in the process of waiting for her boyfriend, right? Which is that young boy who is 18 years old. This is a friend of her son's. All the way up until this point, she's been lying about their relationship that they've had for a few months at this point. And he does live with her, right? And we're going to find out more information as the story unfolds, but I kind of want to catch you guys up just in case you didn't watch the first part of this. But what we're doing also is paying attention to these people who are lying and what their body language is like, what their statements are like. We're kind of analyzing some of the statements. In the part one, there were so many instances where I could pick out, and people in the chat were picking out as well, different instances where Katie was acting the same way or making the same statements or showing the same types of body language. So really, really interesting. And again, Mr. Black does an amazing job of breaking it down. So yeah, Liberty, I'm not worried about the tattoos, but I mean, when you look at this boy, all right, he's 18, he's a very handsome young man. If you just look at him, objectively before knowing what he did to Gail Spencer, completely violating her in her own home, just a horrible, horrible, evil thing. And, and then he goes into the prison system and he's come out looking like looking like Wade Wilson's younger brother or something like that, maybe older brother, I don't know, because this happened in 2012. I'm not sure how old he is now. I mean, obviously we could do the math, but I haven't done a whole lot of research on the subjects. I just thought this was so interesting once we get into this interrogation as well, because I don't think Katie was interrogated this way. As a matter of fact, I think we can safely say she was not ever questioned privately in a room like this where, they're putting heat on her a little bit, right? In any type of way or fashion. Liberty says tattoos are fine when done tastefully, but there are people who take them to extreme and they become ugly and grotesque. I mean, yeah, he's definitely overboard, but I'm sure he's got to make himself look really, really scary because even prisoners don't think it's okay to hurt grandmothers, brutally assaulting them like that. So, Bluegrass Meadow, so good to see you. Yes, he did. He purposefully made himself look hideous. I wonder about this boy too. I mean, he really, you guys are going to see it, multi-layered situation here. But again, it's always, the woe is me. They're only upset about how they're feeling about it, not about what Gail suffered through at their hands, all for money. So, that's sweet. Devin says my only tattoo is my daughter's name. That's a sweet reason to get a tattoo, I think. I don't have any tattoos, but that's just me. I took it for granted Katie and Chris were interrogated. I honestly thought yeah, that happened with all the suspects. I guess not. I mean, I thought they were going to be pulled in if they hadn't been after Holly Thompson's interview and then, seeing them physically, but then also Duchess, I was like, are they listening to the internet? Because if Katie was doing the fake crying thing, I think that any of the officers would have the wherewithal to identify that. I mean, if we can identify it, right? And I'm not an officer, so yeah, But no, I get what you're saying though, Liberty. Like some tattoos are really pretty. Some of them are really cool. I mean, obviously the artists work really, really hard on it, but those what happened to his face? I mean, oh gosh, I was like, wow. Hello, Coffee Crime and Cats. Yeah, my husband and mine are covered with clothes when we want to. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't have anything against tattoos at all, but like I said, I'll show you guys his face after. You guys will see him in here pop in because Mr. Black kind of adds in the picture and stuff like that, and then you'll see him getting interrogated as well. That's kind of where we left off again. They're just waiting for him to, come in and for questioning, which is kind of impromptu because again, this officer is calling her bluff. And I'm just gonna put it back just a teeny tiny bit just to get some context, and we'll get a phone call in. Let's go back to checkmate. Okay, here we go, guys.
You, just you, building your app on base 44.
Saw each other.
At the apartment.
At whose apartment?
Mine.
Tracy, please stop lying to me. Stop. Hang on. I need you to stop lying to me, okay? Because in a minute, I'm going to start looking at you like you're a monster.
Note the position of everything in the room at this point. If this were a game of chess, Tracy would be in checkmate. Detective Chapman has her backed into a corner between the wall and the table. He's created a barrier between himself and the door at an angle that leaves Tracy uncomfortably exposed and completely vulnerable as he sits almost toe-to-toe with her. Her arms are crossed, and she's likely in a defensive state of peak anxiety. Chapman is being about as confrontational as he can right now. He knows he's onto something that may be key in the investigation, but at this point, it's make or break, and he must not de-escalate.
Okay? Come on, baby. That's ridiculous. You've erased everything out of your phone?
I did.
Stop, Stacey. It don't matter how many times you smile.
I didn't
okay,
mean
listen
to
to me.
erase them.
You're a pretty girl. You ain't got to do that cute little grin or whatever.
I'm not doing that.
Okay.
That smile is something I accidentally do when I get nervous or I'm upset or
Listen
anything.
to me. Look at me. You know more than ever now I'm going to be looking at you like a monster. When you're deleting all that shit out of your phone, don't tell me it was an accident. You're lying out your ass.
Okay. I guess I'm just lying about everything.
Okay, you're deleting all that out of your phone. Okay? I asked you to call Brady to the drop of a dime. I asked you to call him. Why would I do that? I just told you the man's a suspect in a murder investigation.
And I just
hang on, unless you're a part of it. No, what you said, why do I want to bring him into all this? Sweetheart,
I don't think he's in
Sweetheart, you didn't bring him into this. I brought him into this when I talked to you. Had you said his name or did I say his name?
You did.
Okay, so you didn't bring him into nothing. So you shouldn't have any say that I said call him yourself. Shit, my man ain't done nothing. Let's call him.
We'll call him.
Call him.
I gotta find his number.
That's real funny, baby, that you can't find his number. And I saw you clicking on some buttons before I asked you if I could look. What's his last name? Is it going to be under his first name or his last name?
There it is, right there.
All right, let's call it. Put it right there. Put it down there where I can get it flat on the thing.
Hello?
Brett?
Hello? Yeah?
Hey.
Hi.
What you doing?
Nothing to do.
It's Tracy.
Hi.
Hey. You want me to say anything else?
Brett,
Yes, it is.
this is Scott. How are you, bud?
Good, how do you?
Just to make sure I'm talking to the right Brett that I think I'm talking to, what's your last name, Brett?
Kelly?
Brett Kelly. Okay. All right. Brett, you in Macon?
Yes, sir.
Where you at in Macon?
Am I in Macon or do I live in Macon?
Are you in Macon?
No, sir.
Where you at, buddy?
Robbins?
Warner Robins? Where you at in Warner Robins?
Steak and Shake?
Steak and Shake. That's some good stuff, man.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Your girl, Tracy here has been honest with me, okay? All right. I want to see if you're as honest as she has. In the last hour, how many times has she text messaged you?
All right, so this is great what this officer's doing, right? He's like very confident, right? Even to the point of maybe being a little bit cocky, but he's got them right where he wants them, right? So he's bullshitting, right? And he's saying, Tracy's been honest with me. And then he goes to her like, you don't say anything. He's completely in control of this interview, as he should be, right? And then again, I do want to give a trigger warning for the detective because he is a bit offensive to some people. I do think it's funny in a way, right? Not the situation, but the way he's handling it. Again, the cockiness is a little bit silly in my opinion, but it's working for him, and he's definitely got her cornered. And yeah, checkmate. Mama Davis says I love it. I do too. I'm sitting back here, I have to mute because I'm laughing. But he's a hoot, right? And also, for those of you who were here this morning, or this afternoon rather, he knows her. So what he's doing as an officer of the law who has integrity, because he knows this suspect at this point, I think it's fair to call her that. Since he knows her, he's coming in to talk to her and be like, "Hey, I know you're not a bad person, right?" Also, they already know everything. They've gotten the autopsy back at this point, and so they know everything that happened to poor Gail, the victim in this. And it's like they're using it as leverage, and he's using the relationship he has with this person as leverage as well. And in my opinion, Sumner County Sheriff's Office, any of the deputies, any of the people that had ties or that know, or even to the level of the TBI that knew Chris and Katie Proudfoot or the Bowerstocks, the Foot Clan in general, they should have all leveraged that relationship in order to get the truth about where Sebastian is, in my opinion. That's not what they did, in my opinion. But we see an officer who is using this to his advantage, not to help out the suspect and keep things quiet, sweep it under the rug, in my opinion.
In the last hour?
Yeah.
Probably 5.
5 times. Okay. All right.
The detective telling Brett that Tracy has been honest with him is one of the smoothest moves in the entire interrogation. Tracy is helpless. There's little she can say to warn Brett that won't lead to further suspicion. Right now, she resembles a wounded gazelle unable to escape the inevitable while lying trapped in between the claws of a hungry lion. It's as if she's watching the ship she's on sink, and Tracy can't swim.
Cool. Let me ask you a question, Brett. You gonna come see me?
I can.
You know who I am, right?
No, sir.
Well, you know what I am, right?
No, sir. I'll know your name.
No, I'm saying if she's text messaged you in the last hour, you know she's down here talking to the police. I've seen the messages. She thought she was going to delete them, but I got to them a little faster than she could. So you know she's talking to the police, and I already know you know that.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you gonna come see me?
Yes, sir.
All right. You gonna come? Where you going? You gonna come down here to City Hall?
Where do you want me to come to?
All right. Come to the Detective Bureau, Brett. It's located at the corner of First and Popular. All right.
Yes, sir.
Whether you
I love how casual he is as well. Little Miss Sharon says, even I feel uncomfortable just watching. Yeah, he's really laying it on thick. And like Devin said, he's all up with his legs spread, like right there. Like she's literally in a corner, And I mean, again, some people might say, well, that's a bit aggressive, but he scooted in initially to tell her she was lying, and then he scooted in even more when he said, "Can I look in your phone?" Right? So now he's he's really positioned himself, again, I have to say, checkmate.
You show up or not, it's going to tell me wonders, man.
Okay. Well, I'll be there now.
How long is it going to take you to get here, my friend?
About 35 minutes.
35 minutes. All right, listen now, we're going to, me and Tracy, we're going to hang out until you get here, okay?
That's fine.
You're a good man. I appreciate you, brother.
No problem.
All right, bye.
This is how we grew our podcast to over 10,000 listeners without spending hours editing each week. First, look up Riverside.
It can't be overstated how well the detective just navigated through the conversation you just heard. It's apparent via Tracy's posture that she's almost given up as her boyfriend makes his way down to the police station to be interviewed.
I normally come in here and I use interview tactics and stuff like that to get people to tell them never expected to go with you. I'm a little surprised. I'm just being honest. Okay. We know each other coming. I know we weren't the best of friends, but I felt like we walked on the same side of the road for a long time. And you ought to know how I've lived my life to know I don't judge everybody. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
But you've lied to me so many times. And everybody, listen to me. Stop. You've lied to me so many times. It's crazy, baby. I know you deleted your stuff. You would delete them every time you text. Stop.
You don't want to know when I deleted it on the way here, and I did not mean to.
Sweetheart, you were text messaging that man from right here.
No, I was not texting him. I was texting my son.
Hold up. Baby, you've been here way over an hour. Hang on. Sweetheart, in just a few minutes, I'm going to tell you everybody you text message.
Okay.
Don't you know we work homicide?
I'm sure.
Okay. How quickly do you think I'm going to have your phone records?
So pretty quick.
Bam! Got them. Okay? So don't tell those lies when I can prove them that fast. I know you've been text messaging him from right here, and in a minute I'm going to prove it. Okay?
All right, guys. And yeah, so, you know, he gets this right. Now this is into the interview. We're about an hour in at this point. I backed it up a bit. And like I said, if he doesn't offend someone, I'll be surprised because he is using some very aggressive tactics. And Devin says, baby, give me a break. Right. But he does know this person. That's why they kind of brought him in order to talk to her about this. So that's kind of why he's using very familiar language. We'll just say that. You guys got me cracking up. SI officer, sweetheart, what? Chuchi says, Tracy, just tell the darn truth. And Mama Davis says, bam, that quick. I mean, that was pretty hilarious. Don't you know we work homicide? I was dying. I'm dying. And again, one of our friends, Laura Arnold, had come in here earlier and she said, this is a true accent, right? Because we were teasing about Katie using her multiple accents, but his is very thick and he's just very casual, right? But then again, they know each other personally before this, right? So he's trying to use that as leverage, you know, her feeling more comfortable, right? And then he's also laying it on really thick. Like, come on, you just deleted all of that out of your phone. And you expect me to not already know, right? Because they can retrieve those messages. So, tactics, yes. They've been using a lot of different tactics, techniques, and just strategies because this lady is tough to break. I will say that. She has really just kept her same story, and they've tried to spin it a couple of different ways with her and catch her in a lie, which they have, and they already know she's flat out lying. Again, they have all the information. They've spoken to everybody involved, and they have the autopsy results. So there's no denying. And again, the brutal nature of all of this, he's like, I know she couldn't have possibly done this. So he's tried every single way to get her to come clean about what really happened. I don't know if at this point they have the financial details, but again, upwards of like $1.2 million, I believe, was transferred. That was really the catalyst, or it was the reason why they committed the crime, even though a lot of this was uncalled for and absolutely evil.
Okay. And, all right, you've lied. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And guess what? Your man ain't gonna show up. Okay? He ain't coming. Hell no, he ain't coming. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Do me a favor. You can lie to me all you want to. Okay? You've decided that your shoulders can carry the weight of that. It can't. You're gonna collapse. I've seen it too many times. My shoulders can't carry the weight of it. You're gonna fall. Okay? Do me a favor. I'm gonna walk out of here and I'm gonna go down the hall and talk with these other investigators. Because now we have Brett coming down here. I need to let them know that.
Okay.
Will you do me a favor? If I ask you to do me a favor, will you do it, and can I trust you to do it? Will you put your phone on that side of the table and not touch it while I'm gone?
But look, it's 2:30. My son's getting out of
I
school.
already saw in your message. Will you work that out and get him a ride?
Yeah, she just texted. She said he's
Okay.
riding with me.
So you set your
Okay, guys, so he's trying to get her to set the phone down over on the other side. I also want to point out that she is not under arrest. She has never been Mirandized up until this point. They were using the Reed method earlier, Mama Davis, but they've kind of fluctuated a lot, right? The officers, I believe, in the beginning were, because there were 2 that questioned her to begin with. Then she was name dropping Detective Chapman here, and so they brought him in because she said she knows him, right? So she was kind of trying to see if she could get some special treatment, again, kind of, batting her eyelashes a little bit. She's not a bad looking woman at all, just very evil and horrible for what she did. But they were implementing some of those techniques earlier, earlier in the first part of the interrogation. So yeah, and Brenda says verbal judo. Yeah, it's laying it on thick, and he is absolutely moving in, right, and cornering her, which they used to be able to do more. They've really kind of, I mean, because you don't want to screw it up. And that's one of, I'm going to point out a couple of times where they get a little bit too, like, I don't want to say nervous, but it's almost like they almost jump the gun and they almost screw up the whole situation, right? With the second, um, well, with her boyfriend, when he's actually going to confess. There's a couple of things that are pretty unorthodox, but again, they ended up getting everybody to tell the truth or some semblance of it from these interviews.
phone on the other side of that table for me, just so I can know that I can trust you to where you won't try to interfere with him coming down here. Sergeant Chapman, will you sit that down? I'm gonna put it right here.
Can I smoke?
Do you want me to bring you a cigarette?
I got a cigarette.
Girl, you can smoke.
I can smoke in here?
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Do you feel bad about lying to me? I just want to know, do you feel bad?
I mean, I don't know how I can feel bad when I really don't know where I'm
Sweetheart,
about.
you have lied over and over and over again, and you already know. Do I look like I'm stupid? Just like when you told me to lie, I accidentally deleted all that shit. You knew I wasn't gonna believe it. You already knew that, but I got to prove it in your mind. Hang on, you know I ain't gonna believe it. But I'm just asking, do you feel bad about lying to me? Yes.
Because I have
You
not lied.
feel
I
horrible.
really did not mean to delete that on the way here.
Sweetheart, let me tell you something.
Why do y'all always automatically assume that somebody's always fucking lying? I am not sitting here lying about that fucking phone. I am not lying about it, and I'm tired. I'm tired of all this shit.
Look at me, Tracy. I know it's hard for you, and that's why you're crying right now.
Because I'm tired of it.
I
You
believe
have
it.
no idea the stress
There's no
that I
doubt.
get.
That man has drug you into so much bullshit right now. It is crazy. And you're willing to sit here and carry the weight of that shit? Really? Hell no.
All right, now again, he's giving her another opportunity, right? He continues to give her opportunities. And I love how he's like, don't you feel bad lying to me? Like, we know each other. Like, do you feel bad at all? And that's when he gets her to admit that she's been lying to him. Again, I understand he can be a bit offensive, a little aggressive here, but I think, again, what he's able to do, especially knowing her a little bit, is draw out the truth. And now she's like, damn it. Now she's pissed. She's crying. She's like, shit, I really screwed myself up there. Devin says if you're being offered a cigarette, you're guilty as shit. Yeah, I'd be nervous if they'd let me smoke. I'd be like, really? I can? Uh-oh. That means they're doing me a big courtesy, right? But then again, they want her to talk too. Psychological manipulation, yes, SI officer. And it's tough because we know that the suspects are going to do their own level of this, right? So when they meet this kind of psychological manipulation, I mean, they're no match most of the time. He's a sergeant, right? I'm sure. Well, he also interrogated another guilty party that they mentioned in the first live. So I know sometimes people are a little bit lost because it's a part two. But again, this guy is very seasoned and has done a lot to get justice for others too. So very interesting. Seth. He said, well, shit, I guess I will just offer Lady Freedom a smoke next time I see her then. Seth, good to see you. Yeah, but it's just interesting, because yeah, I would be thinking that like, oh gosh, I'm going away for a while, right? He's doing me this courtesy. Again, he knows that she couldn't possibly have been the one to carry out all of the brutality in this crime. He's just trying to get her to come clean. And again, she's trying not to lie on or implement her 18-year-old boyfriend, which is, in and of itself disgusting.
That's retarded. I'm going to be honest with you. There's no point in you lying from this point further when I walk out of here unless you knew everything that was going down before it went down. There's no reason to lie any point. Because you see, it don't take me about 5 seconds to make you feel retarded. You ain't never got to tell me the truth. I can make you sit in your own seat and feel retarded without ever being honest. You done felt retarded sitting here about 3 or 4 times. I know it. I'm real good at what I do, okay? And you have felt retarded and you knew in your mind, that's some of his nose, I'm lying here, but God, I'm going to keep telling this lie. Why? There's no...
Okay. All right, guys. Again, he's highly offensive. He's very unorthodox. But again, he's trying to get her to start telling the truth. Witchy Mama says she isn't smart enough to play word sword or word puzzles with him. Excuse me. Even kids know to say, I want my lawyer. Well, and that's the thing. None of them do. They really think they're smarter. And so that's why he's kind of bringing her down a peg, right? Because he knows that she's starting to feel the pressure more and more and more as they're going along, right? And he's like, you really do pretty much feel stupid, right? Because and again, if he doesn't offend you, I will be very, very, very shocked. Because it's a major trigger warning, right, Chuchi? The whole story, it's one of the most heinous crimes that I've heard of in a long time. And again, we talk about a whole lot of different crimes here, and it's just disheartening to hear that any amount of money could cause someone to be so brutal and horrible to another human being, especially such a nice lady like like Gail Spencer. I mean, she just worked hard. She liked to travel with friends. We saw that in the pictures. She was a grandmother, Mama Davis. I'm the same way. I'm giggling at him because I think he's kind of funny and animated. And anytime he gets closer, he's honing in. I love when he was like, bam, we already know, right? But yeah, he's cocky, but it's quite hilarious. The way he's executing this. And I think that the end justifies the means. Again, I don't ever agree with anybody having their rights trampled on, but she's there willingly. She has never asked for a lawyer, right? She's not been Mirandized. So I mean, right now they're just talking. She's not under arrest. She could walk out that door or the door that they keep coming in and out of, back over, behind the camera view. So thank you, Chuchi. Yeah, and I did a video for Gail too, guys. Make sure you go over there and like it, watch it. Because I mean this did happen. It just goes to show there are real monsters that walk among us that would do such a thing to such a sweet soul. So here we go. If you're not, just remember, disclaimer, if you're not offended, I'd be surprised.
Point. Unless you had something to do. I'm gonna be honest with you. You gotta decide what's been to go down here. Are you coming over this fence or what? You're lying. I can prove you're lying. I tell you what, I'm not gonna prove you're lying. I've already told you this is their case. I'm only here to help you tell the truth. That's it. That's the only reason why I'm in here right now. I got 14 other cases on my desk that ain't got a damn thing to do with you. Only reason why I'm in here right now is because I know you. That's it. Let me ask you this right here.
Okay.
Is your boyfriend coming?
Hell no.
Hell no, he ain't coming, and you know he ain't coming. That's the point that I'm trying to make right now. That's the thing. See that? How bad you want to get that? I'll tell you who it is if you want me to. It is Katie Register. It says Scott's phone must be dead. Okay. If you want, when it rings, since you're being honest with me, since you're allowing me to let it sit there, when that does it, do you want me to tell you who's calling and stuff?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'll tell you who's calling stuff. You know he's not coming. Just like when you said, I don't know if he's coming. Hell no, you know he ain't coming. He'd have to be a damn idiot to come down here. And you know that. But you know you got to say the right thing. I don't know if he's coming. But
I don't know why he wouldn't come, because I don't understand how he would have done any of this.
Sweetheart, it's sad. You're right. I can't understand how he did it either. Has anybody ever showed you the pictures of this lady?
No, I don't want to see him. Please don't show him to me.
Has anybody ever showed you? Because you know what? When I see it, I don't even know this woman.
I don't want to see him. Please.
And let me tell you something. You know this woman. And I got a feeling you're going to look at those pictures today. Okay? Because you're fucking lying, Tracy. You're fucking lying. And it's horrible what happened to that woman. Tracy, it's horrible. The detective sure tell you what happened? She's a grandmother and a mother. And somebody did those things to her? What the fuck? And you're lying about a case involving that shit. You're deleting phone calls and messages about a call. And you can call me a motherfucker. You can call me a bastard. You can say you're sick of it all you want. I'm not going to change who I am just because we're friends. Okay? I already know that's a lie. And I'm not going to say, oh, Tracy, I believe you when I fucking don't. Okay? Let me tell you what it is. It says Katie Register, Scott's phone must be dead. It's just doing that same thing again. Does it do that over and over again?
All right, guys. So again, I did bring this up earlier in part one because this is the part two. And I know it could be confusing if you guys didn't get a chance to catch part one. So here's the thing about it. He just told her, look, sweetheart, we're friends, but you're not going to do anything to jeopardize my job, my integrity, or any of that, right? I like you, but I don't like you that much. So again, he's trying to give her an out because he knows that she couldn't have possibly carried out and executed this horrible situation that happened to Gail, right? For obvious reasons, right? We already went over what happened in the story in the beginning of this live. We did a recap. So, you know, all of the evidence is going to lead them, right, from autopsy and their investigation, that she wasn't the one that carried out the actual red rum on Gail or the brutal raping part of it, right? And so he's just trying to give her an out in order to tell what really happened, right? And that would require her to tell their whole sordid scheme that they were trying to pull on Gail and on Tracy's job, right?
For some reason, you want to carry this weight up here. Here in a little bit, you're not going to carry that weight anymore. Okay? I don't know you like the best of friends, but I think I know you well enough to know you're not a monster and you're not going to be able to hold that weight much longer. And it's going to be a matter of time while you're down here today that you're going to go, I already know it. You're going to say, all right, I want to say, and if you feel better with me being in here, you can say, look, okay, you know, it is what it is. I can tell you this. The detective that sat right here, Detective Shirley, he's one of the best guys in the world. Okay? He's one of the best guys in the world. His supervisor, Sergeant Carmichael, I mean, they're like family. Nobody here is wanting to throw rocks at you, Tracy. But they are starting to wonder what the fuck. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you, I'm not going to lie about it. When I walk out of here, and they said, does she know? I'm going to say, fuck yeah, she knows. She's lied 50 times over. I already know it. If your kid was, if a 5-year-old kid was sitting here watching this shit on TV, they know you're lying. How many times you caught your old man lying to you?
Tons.
Did you ever need him to tell the truth in order to know he was lying? Fuck no, because you knew when he was lying. I know you're lying. You've lied to me so many times in here today.
Scott, I have not lied. I did not lie to you about my phone. I accidentally, and I do always delete my messages.
I understand. That's a lie. That's okay. Look at me. Look at me right now. I'm not mad at you. I told you I don't judge. You can lie to me all you want. At the end of the day, you're grown, and you're going to decide if you can carry the weight of this. I'm going to be honest with you. It don't matter how long I've known you. If I'm going to carry the weight of something on my shoulder and be like, look, Tracy, it is what it is. You just got to let me hold this weight. I'm going to lie to you. You know, don't hate me. I ain't gonna.
Right. So again, guys, he's telling her, you're carrying this weight and I'm not going to carry it for you because, yeah, we're friends. I like you. I think you're a good mom. I think you're a good person. I don't think you're capable of doing such a horrible thing. But again, I'm not going to lie for you. And you know, you guys got it in the chat. You know, I'm right there with you. I mean, look, things Sheriff Craddock should say for 600. I mean, Brenda, it's like, you know, it's really upsetting to me that none of this was done, right? In terms of Sebastian Rogers' case, because the way this detective is, or the sergeant is so passionate about the situation, and this is a situation where it is a little bit different because he knows this person. So he's leveraging knowing, you know, sometimes people think, oh yeah, I know this, you know, oh, I know Chapman, bring him in here. Well, then, you know, Chapman has the authority and has to have the integrity to come in there and not let you, you know, the fact that he knows you change the fact that you're being investigated in a serious crime right now, right? I mean, he's not going to jeopardize his job and his status for that. I don't know anybody that in their right mind that would. You know, I ask that about Craddock all the time, and Mama says thinking the same thing, Brenda. You know, Devin's hating this detective. I know it's tough because, you know, it's not like it's not like we've gone over this whole, because, you know, there was a whole backstory also to this too. So I know it could be a little bit confusing. And he is making it personal, Mama Davis. Yeah, he is. She's a grandma, right? Gail's a grandma. She's a mama. He's bringing her back to reality, right? Can you at least relate with that part, you know? And absolutely. And, you know, just letting her know, hey, I understand that, you know, you're not being truthful, and you're not even the one that carried this out, but what involvement do you have? Because you haven't told me the truth about anything thus far, right? So he's really grilling her hard.
I hate you, but you're lying, and them shoulders are gonna get heavy. There's no way around it. Drink that water, girl.
I'm going to.
Look, I'm gonna go tell him what's up. Can I trust that you're not gonna pick up that phone?
What do you want me to do with that?
Just spit in that trash can and put it out. So here, pour a little water in there. Here, wait a
I
minute.
poured over it.
Use that as an ashtray. I ain't got no cookies.
When Detective Chapman returns with Detective Shirley, Brett is called once again via Tracy's phone to verify how far he is from the police station. He's kept on the call with police virtually the entire time he makes his travels.
Okay, guys, I just want to point out that Sergeant gave her one directive, And I think he's, set it up to see whether he could, trust her or not. Again, giving her another chance, another opportunity. And what does she do? She reaches her whole ass off, across that table to mess with the cell phone that he asked her, can I trust you not to touch the cell phone? What does she do? She reaches her ass across the table and starts messing with the cell phone. So no, she cannot be trusted. And she's showing that, time and time again. Can I trust you not to pick that phone up, right? She doesn't pick the phone up. Instead, she slithers across the table and starts messing with the phone. It's sad. And this is a grown-ass woman we're looking at right here, right? He's nice enough to let her smoke, gives her an ashtray, right? He walks out of the room, and here she is, slithering across the table. There we go. I'm not going to pick it up, right? She's got him on a technicality. Hey, Sergeant, I told you I wasn't going to pick up my cell phone. I'll just slither across the table and mess with it. Wow. No shame.
Police station. Tracy makes a rather unusual request. Detective Chapman returns with Detective Shirley. Brett is called once again via Tracy's phone to verify how far he is from the police station. He's kept on the call with police virtually the entire time he makes his travels. Once he arrives, Tracy Jones' first interview is concluded and Brett Kelly's begins. But while Brett is prepared for his interrogation, Tracy makes a rather unusual request.
Still texting me.
Thought y'all had him.
Who you texting me?
I didn't text nobody. I swear to God.
What was you doing now?
I was looking at my Facebook. Have some pizza.
You sure can. I probably will have some more pepperoni or spring.
Oh, it's pepperoni.
Hey.
Hey.
I know you gotta be hungry because we're starving to death. Here you go.
Tracy might be guilty. Tracy might do time. But she don't even care if her boyfriend's on the line. You can see through her phony scheme, but she's got pepperoni supreme. She may not be no good. She may not be no nice. But can't nobody tell her she can't have a slice. 'Cause she's hungry and probably bloodthirsty for money.
Obvious.
I'm sorry, that was too cute, right? I don't know. I think Mr. Black made that up. That was so cute, right? Chuchi, Mama Davis is on my PTSD, Mama Devin. It's hilarious, but not for the situation. I don't know how anybody can eat like that. Even her boyfriend's like, yeah, I'm over at Steak and Shake grabbing a burger. Like, it's like, oh my gosh, these people. But there she goes. I know we all gotta eat. So that was really a clever song. She's just over there eating, Devin, like it's nothing, She's like, let me scarf down some pizza now. All right.
Obviously, there's nothing funny about the murder of Gail Spencer. And while the song you just heard is humorous, the comedy in it is not intended to target the victim in this case, but rather highlight the absurdity of a suspect having the gall to ask for pizza while simultaneously being questioned about their involvement in a homicide, especially when so many surfacing details paint the suspect as guilty of the crime in some way. Moments after Tracy leaves the room, 18-year-old Brett Kelly is led into the same interrogation room and even offered the last piece of pizza in the box on the table.
Have a seat. That chair that was right over there. Yes, sir. Are you hungry? No. Sure, just say you have a last piece of pizza. Thank you, though. All right. I'll be right back. Okay.
One has to wonder if this was the detective's sense of irony. Nevertheless, after Brett waits alone in the room for a few minutes, Detective Shirley enters and the interview begins.
Brett, you have your driver's license?
It's not on me.
Where's that?
Honestly, it'd probably be in one of my pants. I know all the time. Because I rarely keep up with that thing.
You drove up here without a driver's license?
Well, I know I'm breaking the law. I got license though, so don't write me a ticket for that.
Okay.
So yeah.
You came down here on your own free will and everything.
Yes,
okay. I appreciate you doing that.
Can I ask, was I on the phone with you?
No. Why is that? Why you ask?
Well, I was on the phone with some detective.
Oh, yeah. That's Detective Chapman. Do you have any idea why you're down here?
No, sir.
None whatsoever?
None whatsoever.
Okay. All right. Let me just get some basic information.
As the detective formally takes Brett's details, he also uses the time to gather other pieces of general information about his suspect, including Brett's current living arrangements. Brett had been working at a Nissan dealership in Warner Robins as an oil technician until just over a week before this interview. And for the past 5 months, he's been living in Macon at an apartment complex called Rutland Corners. This residence belongs to Tracy Jones. Brett described her sons as being his best friends, who he claims are like his brothers. He also stated that he's been visiting the apartment since he was around 14 years old. He makes no mention of the fact that he's in a relationship with Tracy at this point.
I want to ask you some questions about some stuff, okay? Thursday.
Okay.
Take me through your day Thursday.
Thursday. Since I have no job, literally I stay at that house.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do nothing. Me and Scott and Dom go to school. We play Xbox or just sit there and chill. And that's honestly, we know life it pretty much. And then when I'm not doing something, I'll try to find a job or see who's hiring.
Well, I don't mean what you're on. I mean, what did you do this? You know what? I'm talking about, let's see, Thursday would have been October the 4th.
At the house, playing video games all day. That's all we did all day.
Where'd you go that night?
Nowhere.
So you were basically at the house from all day.
All
Did you sleep there the Thursday or Wednesday night?
All day.
So
all right, if I tell you.
Okay, so again, this is going to be interesting to watch. Obviously, this is a whole 18-year-old kid, right? I mean, I don't let his stature fool me. He's very immature, right? What do you do all day? Playing video games, right? So basically, he's been hanging out at this apartment and has known Tracy's kids since he's about 14 years old. And, you know, coming and going, who knows how long he was really staying there, but no one's really been truthful up until this point. And we're going to end up getting a lot of truth out of this young man, but it's more so because of his lack of experience and knowing his rights, in my opinion. Probably doesn't know a whole lot about his Fifth Amendment right, the Constitution, that sort of thing, right? So it's going to bite him in the butt as we're going to, you know, move through this interrogation. Again, he's not arrested. I don't know if they've Mirandized Tracy, but again, he's just coming in casually speaking to one of the original detectives that was speaking with Tracy in part 1. And Holly S., thank you so much for the super sticker. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. And Chuchi says, well, he's wearing the right color, orange. Yeah, exactly. But a really nice looking kid. It's really sad. Although, you know, Mr. Black does point out his eyes are very, you know, we talk about this blank look in people's eyes, right? And he definitely has that element to him, which is very scary. You know, that's right, Mama Davis. It is. It's sad that greed can bring a person to this point. And honestly, I wonder how much support this young man even had. So it's so tough. Because again, I'm a mom too, you know, that's what's difficult about watching this transpire, because obviously he was influenced by, you know, this weirdo Tracy, Miss Tracy over here, right, who is not right in the head, messing with this young man to begin with, in my opinion. But then also, you know, you can see the beer bottles and the way, I mean, the room, just looking at that room probably just reeks of, you know, dirty gym socks and apparently beer and probably, you know, the wacky tobacco, in my opinion. So thank you, Chuchi. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so this is a very unfortunate situation.
I smoke weed. Is that gonna...
I don't care. How many dope cops you know dress this good?
All right, well,
you see what I'm saying, man?
When the interview started, Brett acknowledged that he knew he was breaking the law by driving to the police station without having his driver's license on him. He stated, "Don't write me a ticket for that." Now Brett has divulged the fact that he smokes weed in a similar manner. One might assume this is just the typical thinking of an ignorant 18-year-old kid that's unaware of why he's being questioned. But let's look at the bigger picture here. In the last couple of days, there's been a murder in the town he lives in. The victim is connected to his girlfriend. He knows his girlfriend was just interviewed by detectives in relation to that murder, and now he's being questioned regarding his whereabouts on the exact day of the crime. Blazing up and leaving his driver's license at home are the least of his concerns. It's quite obvious that Brett is playing dumb, but it's a little too obvious, and Brett is playing a little too dumb. An innocent person in this situation wouldn't just be going with the flow. They would likely want to know immediately why they're being interrogated.
I don't care. I was a kid.
That's what I did. I just stayed there all day, smoked, and that's it. And just stayed there and sleep. Mm-hmm. That's all I did Thursday, Friday. That's all I did. I didn't even go to the club. I used to go to the club all the time. Didn't go to the club Friday. Stayed there, played video games, chilled with all my friends because all of our friends come over. So that's all I did.
Okay. So all day Thursday, and Thursday night, didn't go anywhere. Stay right there at the house smoking weed.
Well, not at the house. I didn't. There's not weed at the house.
Where'd you go?
Right outside.
What do you mean right outside?
Right out, just in the apartment complex with some buddies.
All right, so let me make it more clear. So you did not leave the apartment complex?
No, I was outside because you can't smoke inside.
You can't?
No.
Now, who all was there in the apartment with you?
Basics, Nick. I can give you last names if you want them.
Nick who?
Nick Freeman.
Nick Freeman?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hunter Pruitt.
Hunter Pruitt?
And that's it.
And that's it?
That's just
we almost said Scott. Was Scott there?
Scott, yeah.
Scott was there?
Daniels, his her son.
Right. Scott Daniel?
And Dom.
And Dominic?
Yeah, Dominic. I'm asked for that.
It's okay.
But honestly, that's who's there all the time.
That's who was there Thursday, though. I don't care about who's there all the time.
That's who's there.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, your life's your life. But now, so we got that taken out of the way, right? Thursday, didn't go nowhere. Swear on your mother's eyes.
I swear on my mother's grave. Eyes, heart.
Okay. Now, Friday. Take me through Friday morning, all the way up through to Friday night.
Friday morning, woke up around like 11:30 or 10 or something. Ate something, and I did the same thing.
11:30 or 10, you woke up, did the same thing? Okay.
All right. So again, guys, I just want to point this out that if Sumner County Sheriff's Office was doing their due diligence and just doing the bare minimum of their job, they would have done this with Chris and Katie. They would have brought Katie in for questioning, proper questioning down at the station. And when Chris arrived, they should have had him meet them at the station as well. Now, again, they're going to show some more strategies and techniques that the officers are using by bringing in the second detective. Again, these are the two original detectives that spoke with Tracy in part one.
The second detective that just entered the room does so for a very specific purpose: disruption. The clanging of the chair, dragging it, slamming it down, and even his lack of formal introduction are all intentional. The idea here is to shatter the suspect's sense of security and eliminate any comfort he may have settled into. If the officers didn't already feel pretty certain that Brett is guilty, they likely wouldn't be using such an aggressive strategy this early in his interview.
Who was there at the house with you then?
That is me and Scott then.
Just you and Scott?
Because Nick's got school and Hunter, he usually does what he don't come over every day until later the days and stuff. But that's all who was there, and Don's at school.
Where was Tracy at Friday?
She works.
What time did she leave the house?
Usually when I went to work, she'd always wait.
No. I'm talking about this Friday.
This is gonna help me remember.
Okay.
Like usually when I go to work, she'd wake me up around like 7:30, 7 o'clock. She takes her son to school, and then her son has got to be to school, I believe, before 7:45, and after that, she usually goes straight to work or something.
Mm-hmm.
but I honestly don't know. I really don't keep up. But from when she used to wake me up, probably around like 7:30, 7 o'clock or something.
Okay, so and also I want to let everyone know that Tracy said earlier in her interview that she has a 15-year-old and a 17-year-old. So she's bringing the 15-year-old to school, and that's what's being described there. And again, this is the 17-year-old's her 17-year-old son's good friend who she's dating and who she decided to commit crimes with.
About this past Friday.
Usually she's on a routine. Usually that's honestly when she leaves.
Okay. All right. But you didn't leave the house all day Friday?
I didn't know.
Friday night?
No.
Okay.
Stayed home, played video games, and just chill.
Okay.
I ain't got no car or anything.
You don't? All right. Outside of these guys, who else do you know? Do you know a guy named Dustin?
Dustin who?
Dustin Taylor?
Well, I know him, but yeah.
All right, well, let me put it to you this way, okay? When I said, Brett, do you know him? And you said, Okay. And I said, Dustin Taylor. And then you said, I know him.
Well, I work with a Dustin.
Right. A Dustin Taylor?
No, you don't work with a Dustin.
All right. But you know Dustin Taylor?
Yeah, I do know Dustin.
You do know Dustin Taylor. When was the last time you seen Dustin Taylor?
About 2.5 weeks ago.
2.5 weeks ago? What happened then?
I went to Steak and Shake.
You went to Steak and Shake? You live over there at Steak and Shake, don't you?
I eat there a lot.
Yeah.
That's all we do is chill at Steak and Shake.
Okay.
Took me to get my hair cut.
He did?
Yes, sir.
So when I talk to Dustin, he's going to verify that, right?
Mm-hmm. I'd drop my bike off my house, took me to get his hair cut, my hair cut, and then he took me home.
You said that was 2 weeks ago?
Right there 2 weeks ago.
Right there 2 weeks ago.
A week and a half. I'd say that.
That's too nasty little scratch you got right there on your cheek, buddy.
If you ask me, it's a bold move for the detective to put his hands on Brett, especially directly on a portion of Brett's skin where he spots damage that he suspects may be evidence related to the crime. I feel like this could have been handled better without the physical contact. As you already know, Scott Chapman, the detective that spoke to Brett on Tracy's phone, is the same officer that interrogated Stephen McDaniel in that very same room about the murder of Lauren Giddings. And as you may remember, he too was quite handsy with the suspect.
Tell me, bud.
I didn't do it.
Yes, you did, Stephen. Your hands with the body. Quit lying. We want you to tell it so that way people understand you're not a monster. Things you got out of control.
Okay. Again, he's using these similar tactics. They did pull out a good confession, and there was a conviction in that case as well. So, I really can't say much about the techniques here. I think that they work.
By no means insinuating that these detectives battered Stephen and Brett, but touching a suspect during an interrogation is a risky move that a defending attorney may argue is a mild assault that placed his client under duress. If duress in an interrogation can be proven in court, a confession may be rendered void.
Oh, absolutely. It could be seen as a coerced confession, which you never want that, right? You never want there to be a defense attorney out there that can discredit the officers, right? Or any of the methods in getting said confession.
How'd that happen?
I don't know.
You don't know how you got scratched?
Is it this big long one?
Yeah.
Well, that was me and a dude named Lemmy wrestling at work when I worked at 5 Star.
How long ago was that?
About two weeks ago.
Okay.
The big pink one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a dude named Lemmy scratched me.
Oh, he did? All right. You said you left the dealership when?
About 2 weeks ago.
About 2 weeks ago? 2 or 3 weeks ago? Okay. All right. Your relationship with Tracy.
Mm-hmm.
How was that relationship?
Pretty good.
What you mean? I mean, are you guys in a relationship?
A lot of people ask us that now.
Why would Tracy say y'all have? It's okay. I mean, you're of age. If you're, I know that. Look, man, I know that. All right, you don't want your best friend to know that you're paying her mom. That is, your best friend's mom, all right?
Well, no, it's not that I don't want no one to know in a relationship. I just try to keep the word relationship out of it because I don't like that. I don't like having a girlfriend.
All right, so you're just having sex with her.
You can call
okay. Were you right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because she said that.
Yeah.
Tracy's been out here today, all day today.
Mm-hmm.
Tracy said a lot of things.
Okay, and again, guys, this is another tactic that could have been used with Sebastian, right? Katie's told us a lot of things today. We've already done talk to Katie for a couple hours before you showed up, Chris. So we already know the answers to some of what we're going to ask you, right? And Katie's been truthful with us, or, they could definitely have played on this. It doesn't appear that they did. As it pertains to this young man, you can tell he's very bashful. About the relationship with this older woman, his good friend's mother, and obviously they were both not claiming each other completely there. Again, I just think that it's, as Chuchi's saying, highly dysfunctional, right? Toxic situation. And also, this lady doesn't have any business being with this young man. He's not mature at all.
There's a lot of things that I know.
Okay.
All right. Now, before I go any further, everything that I've just talked to you about and spoke to you about, you're telling the truth on.
Swear on my mother.
You swear on your mother.
So I put my hand on the Bible.
We're almost 15 minutes into this interview, and there's been no mention of Gail Spencer's murder from either side of the table. Brett Kelly not only swears he's telling the truth, but he just swore on his mother and offered to do so on a Bible as well. He clearly believes this makes him look innocent, but he hasn't even been accused or questioned about the crime yet. The crime hasn't even been brought up in the conversation. This makes Brett's willingness to swear seem unnecessarily desperate. After all, what's he so desperate about? There's no way that Brett doesn't know that his girlfriend's coworker, Gail, was murdered. He also knows his girlfriend was just in that very same room being questioned. At what point in this interview, as an innocent person, would you have raised concern for yourself? For example,
Okay, guys, before he gives his example, he's got great examples. I just want to say again, these are the things that could have been gathered had Sumner County Sheriff's Office done their job and pulled these two in for questioning separately, and then even had Seth come in as well, right? Whenever he was able to get to the police station, hey, meet us down at the station so we can get some information, right? They could have simultaneously been looking for Sebastian and doing all of this, and they failed to do so, in my opinion. This is the little bits and pieces that they're gathering about the suspects, or if they're able to clear them. Either way, this is where all the magic happens, in my opinion.
fairly early on, you'd likely come out with a question like, am I being accused of a crime here? Or, wait a minute, you guys don't think I killed that lady Tracy works with, do you? Questions like these would be understandable given the circumstance. And only afterwards would swearing you had nothing to do with the crime make a lot more sense. But Brett is completely avoiding the elephant in the room. And that's odd, to say the least.
That's bad.
Well, that's my honest opinion, and I'm going to stick to that.
Okay.
Till the end.
All right. Well, let me show you something. Trina Carmel, you don't mind staying here for a minute, do you? Okay. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, Brad. All right.
The two were left in the interrogation room for a few minutes, during which time the only words uttered come from Brett as he applies saliva to his fresh arm tattoo while stating, I'm just keeping it moist. When the other detective returns, the pressure in the interview is significantly ramped up as Brett's alibi, the one he just swore over his mother on, is completely picked apart.
Oh, goodness. Oh, where was Tracy at Thursday? Did she go to work or was she at home with y'all?
No, she went to work.
She did go to work Thursday? Okay. Now, what I wanted to show you here, kiddo, is you stayed at home Thursday, right? All day Thursday. What is that right there?
Passport?
A passport. What does that say we're stamped at, pal? October the 4th, 2012. Okay. You couldn't have got your passport and it's stamped on October the 4th, 2012 if you were at Rutland Corners all day Thursday and all night Thursday.
Okay.
You're lying, Brett.
I'm sticking to my story. That's all I'm going to say.
All right.
What story?
What story are you sticking to?
The one I just told you, that all the information you got right on the piece of paper.
But I've got it right here, buddy. All right.
After a few more moments of investigative fishing, the detectives finally put it straight to Brett and ask him about the murder of Gail Spencer.
How much money do you have in your account?
0.
You don't have any money in your account?
0.
Okay. You don't have none? You sure about that?
If I got something, you're gonna soon tell me. I watch the first 48 all the time.
I bet you
You're
do.
gonna tell me everything.
You know that I'm going to tell you everything.
Yes, that's how cops do it. I'm not stupid.
I'm not telling you nothing.
All right, well,
all right. I'm giving you a chance to tell me about what happened over there. Let me just go on and put it down for you. I'm giving you a chance to tell me about what happened over at Stensonville Road with the elderly woman that died. Okay? Okay. So you want to go and tell me about it? No?
No, I don't know anything. I'm looking you dead in your eyes. I don't care what y'all say if I want to go down looking like a monster.
Fingerprints,
You got
hair
them?
fibers, everything. Okay? All right. I just left the autopsy today.
Okay.
I could see it. Look, Brett.
You know how many cops say that they can see it in my eyes? Just because I got a weird look in my eye don't mean I
Your heart dropped when I brought it up, son. I know you're lying, and I know you were there.
Wow. Did you guys hear what Brett said just now? He goes, a lot of people tell me that I have those weird eyes, right? And again, we were able to look into them. They were circled by, Mr. Black here, and absolutely have those dead eyes. So it's not the first time someone else has told him this, which is really, really scary, right? Especially with the darkness that's about to unfold here. And again, trigger warning, because poor Gail Spencer really did not deserve what this young man inflicted on her.
You got the evidence?
Yes, we've got evidence.
Unless I see it, then that's it.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
Unless I see my fingerprint put on something, a fingerprint so-called that's mine that was supposedly whatever you found.
So the way you are now, and that's the way you want to stay, right? You're going to look like someone that don't give a shit. Do you not care?
Look, this is...
Okay, again, we talked about this earlier in part 1, where there's a bit of a game or a dance going on between the suspect and the detective here, where either one of them is calling each other out, calling each other's bluff, right? And this young man is very cocky with the detective, and the detectives are, kind of meeting that as well. But again, the detectives know, they've been over the autopsy results, right? They were there, according to them, and they've spoken to other witnesses. So they have a pretty good idea, and they've investigated as to the answers to the questions they're asking, but they're just wanting to find out what happened from the suspects, right? Because they weren't there, but they do have evidence, obviously. And this young man is calling their bluff, right? So we're going to see this back and forth, which is interesting. And only a guilty party, in my opinion, would do something like this. Again, that's the big takeaway and value that we have when proper police work is done in a case.
You don't care. Tell me
about what?
Tell me, you don't care about the fact that this woman was 58 years old and she's dead.
I'm sorry that happened.
All right, you don't care?
I didn't have nothing to do with it. I'm sorry, I did not kill the lady. I don't know anything.
Did I say you killed the lady?
When you said the lady ended up dead, why would I be here?
All right. Did I say that you killed?
No, but I wouldn't be here if you thought something like that, and then you bringing up a dead lady. I'm not dumb.
Maybe you were there?
Maybe I was there, maybe I did it, maybe I did not. I don't know. But I'm sure you're going to tell me, because cops are going to get whatever they want.
Okay. And again, he is calling his bluff, right? And he's saying, oh, you guys are just some crooked cops and you don't even know if I really did it. Maybe I did and maybe I didn't. Ooh, what are you going to do about it, right? Very cocky, but also, he's overly confident, and he just really screwed himself over, because now he's saying maybe I did, maybe I didn't, right? That, in my opinion, shows that he knows that he did wrong, right? And it's making him uncomfortable talking about this woman, as he's referring to her and distancing himself from her as this dead lady, right? But really, he spent a lot of time with this victim, as we will find out. So again, very cold, calculated, cocky, and thinks he's smarter than the detectives, thinks he's going to outsmart them. These are the things that really, again, you can pick up on and see who you're really dealing with. In my opinion, Chris Proudfoot would be an 18-year-old young man amplified, right? Never grew up, mommy's little baby, mommy's little boy, right? And he would have showed his ass had they put him in a situation with two men in a room, in my opinion.
Okay.
What happened?
I appreciate you having that much faith in us now, Brett. I appreciate it.
I do.
Okay.
But it's a lot of wrong people.
So I think then you know something.
No, I don't know nothing.
What did you just sit right here and say, Brett? You just sit right here and you said in front of this man, maybe I did kill her, maybe I didn't.
Yeah.
Maybe I was there, maybe I wasn't.
Yeah, there's a lot of maybes.
Now who would say that though?
But was I? That's the question. But was I there?
You can answer that question.
And no. If y'all say y'all got evidence.
Are you saying you were not there?
No, I was not there at that house.
You were not there at that house.
No.
Even though we can put you there.
Even.
All right, guys, and I will rewind it a little bit because he says even if we can put you there, right? Again, they're calling each other out, calling each other's bluffs, but when it comes to where he was, right, and them catching him up. Give me 1 second. I'll just rewind just a little bit.
I'm sorry. I did not kill the lady. I don't know anything.
Did I say you killed the lady?
When you said the lady ended up dead, why would I be here?
All right. Did I say that you killed?
No, but I wouldn't be here if you thought something like that, and then you'd bring up a dead lady. I'm not dumb.
Maybe you were there.
Maybe I was there. Maybe I did it. Maybe I did not. I don't know.
Right there, I want to point it out because it's going to happen a couple more times, is the use of did not, right? Not using contractions, I did not. And again, we've heard that a lot in the statement analysis and body language analysis, so it's going to come up a couple more times here, watch.
But I'm sure you're going to tell me, because cops are going to get whatever they want.
Okay.
What happened?
I appreciate you having that much faith in us now, Brett. I appreciate it.
I do.
Okay.
But it's a lot of wrong people.
So I think then you know something.
No, I don't know nothing.
What did you just sit right here and say, Brett? You just sit right here and you said in front of this man, maybe I did kill her, maybe I didn't.
Yeah.
Maybe I was there, maybe I wasn't.
Yeah, there's a lot of maybe.
Well, he said was not.
Now who would say that though?
But was I?
All right.
That's the question. But was I there?
You can answer that question.
And no. If y'all say y'all got evidence.
Are you saying you were not there?
No, I was not there at that house.
No, I was not there at that house.
You were not there at that house.
No.
Even though we can put you there.
Even if you could put me there, I don't care what y'all do to put me there unless y'all got a time machine.
Well, he's a tough guy, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Were you that tough with the lady? Do you know what her name was? Do you know what her name was? Look at me, Brett. Do you know what her name was? Okay.
What was it?
Her name was Gail Spencer. She was 58 years old. She had 2 grandbabies, small. She had a son that loved her. She had a sister that loved her. Okay. She loved her job, and she had neighbors that loved her. Okay. Her name was Gail.
Okay. My name is Brett, and I didn't have anything to do involved with myself with that lady.
You were there. I know you were.
I bet everybody that you got here supposedly.
Did she scratch you, Brett?
No,
she scratched you, didn't she?
No. All right, if she scratched me, smart as I am, you can pull supposedly the DNA off of her fingernails of my skin if she did supposedly scratch me.
Ooh, smart guy over here. Smart guy knows about DNA. Interesting. But, he got real nervous when the detective swivels his chair and says, hey, did she scratch you here? Right? And again, they're being aggressive with him, but I think it's warranted. He's very cocky himself. He thinks he's smarter than the detectives, and he's clearly not.
And yeah, most definitely.
And let me guess, you got it.
Oh, we get it. Don't worry about that.
Oh, you can get it because I got like 100 people that says they seen the blood come off my face of this big pink scratch at my work of me wrestling somebody. So you can do whatever you want with that.
And what'd you say that guy's name was?
Lemmy.
You got his phone number?
I don't have his phone number.
Okay.
Brett sticks to his story as the detectives continue to press about the alleged wrestling match and the origins of the scratch on Brett's face for a few more minutes before recentering the questioning around what they claim Tracy Jones told them.
Well, Tracy's already done told us.
What'd she tell you?
I'm not telling you that.
Then why are you going to tell me that and not even tell me?
Why?
That's like blue balls.
This isn't a game, Brett.
I know it's not.
Ew, that is so disgusting. This man is absolutely gross, right? You're done. You're done. Wind it up, Brett. You're done. Right? This guy, I mean, this is really disgusting. I get his level of maturity, but it's not really an excuse.
It's real life.
Yeah, it's real life.
Now look, I don't know if it was an accident or not, but I need you to tell me if it was. Maybe you didn't mean for the lady to die, and she did.
If you think she scratched my face, why do you think it'd be an accident? If you think the old lady scratched my face.
It's clear what the detective means by accident. They're insinuating that even though they believe Brett is culpable in the murder of Gail Spencer, her death may not have been intended. This move has the Reed technique written all over it. They're trying to lead Brett into admitting some form of responsibility for the crime without admitting to malice. And as we know, malice simply means intended. Crimes convicted without malice can equate to lesser sentences. In reality, any admission of Brett's involvement in this crime is a huge step forward for detectives because the evidence has likely already shown whether or not the murder was intended. But Brett is sticking to his guns.
You said it maybe be an accident or something.
Maybe it was an accident.
All right. Well, you can tell me how when y'all find the case out or whatever.
It's like no emotion with you whatsoever, Brett. It's like you're just empty. Is that true?
I don't know.
You don't know if you're empty or not?
I got a heart like everybody else does.
You're not showing it.
Well, it's beating.
That's about all it's doing is beating.
The detectives continue questioning Brett, asking if he's ever been on the road where Gail's house is. He answers no and continues to deny any connection to the murder. After a few moments, the detectives turn the focus to Brett's sister. He has 3 sisters. Notice when they ask him what his sister's name is, he doesn't ask which one. He immediately answers with Courtney. This will be relevant later.
What's your sister's name? Courtney. So that's
And obviously we know that Courtney is involved, and that's why he offers that information up right away. Another red flag that, again, could have been seen in Sebastian Rogers' case, because I am not convinced, and I talked about this earlier as well, that Katie acted alone. There's no way she could have acted alone. So in my opinion, this is how you get a big group of people that may or may not be involved or have guilty knowledge. And again, asking the questions to these main people, this guy's got other sisters, but he keys in on the one sister who was actually involved in everything. That's the value, again, of doing proper police protocol procedures and bringing people down to the station, not just taking their word for it.
Kelly also.
Only got 2 that are last name Kelly.
When was the last time you and her were together?
She stayed at my house, stayed at Tracy's house, I should say that, about a week ago.
Last week?
Not last, yeah, last week.
Like Thursday?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Somewhere around there.
No, man, last week. That's all I know. I don't know the exact date.
And that was Courtney, right?
Courtney Nicole Kelly.
Brett goes on to claim that he doesn't have Courtney's number or know her living arrangements because she's been gone for 3 years until recently. He also claims she has a bad drug problem. A few moments later, one of the detectives turns up the heat another notch.
Let me tell you, you don't have the skills, son, to fuck with us down here. Let me just be blunt. You don't have that skill.
Damn. He said you don't have that skill, boy. That's hilarious. Okay, now they're going to start getting, a little bit more aggressive with him, right? Putting on the heat. They can't really take a lamp anymore and set it on anybody. They have to, allow for them to have something to drink, offer them eat, something to eat, bathroom time, all that, right? Again, we don't want it to be a coarse confession situation. But they're doing a good job of putting heat on this young man, if I don't say so myself.
Okay? So play all day long because we got all night. All right? I promise you that. You don't have the skill to fuck with us down here.
I don't have a job, so I'll be here all
That's right.
day.
And how about your 12 grand that you put in the bank or was put in the bank? Guess who's got it?
All right.
We do.
You even know about that?
I don't know, tell me.
Oh.
I don't think he does.
I don't think you do either. You need to make a phone call,
But marijuana ain't a drug, though. It's done Friday.
You got your phone with your Brett.
I don't, y'all do.
Okay. Look here. You want to make a phone call or something? Just shit. I don't know. I'm letting you know. I'm trying to be. If you want to make a phone call, you got to hit this, dial 8, and then dial the number to get out. All right. So hold tight. We'll be back.
Brett is left alone in the clearly cold room for nearly 30 minutes before the main detective returns and continues the questioning.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing, there's no perfect crime, so it's very difficult to pull off, especially a homicide like we're seeing here, or even a kidnapping and abduction of a child, any of the things that we're talking about or cases that we talk about. It's extremely difficult to pull it off. I mean, even a criminal mastermind is going to make a mistake and get caught. It's a very high stakes, risky situation, and it's going to put people's nerves through the grinder. But again, a lot of people have a thrill about this kind of activity and get off on it. Although, he's definitely regretting his situation. Not for Gail or for, the dignity he stole from her or the money that he stole from a bigger company or any of that. He's just upset that he got caught, in my opinion.
Tired? It's cold as get up in here. It's like a refrigerator in here, ain't it? It's like school. All right. Listen, Brett. Yes, sir. All right. An old friend of mine called me last Friday and asked me if I wanted to move away. If I could, would I? I told him that would be cool, but I don't have the money for it. Should I keep reading, or would you like to read it from? Take a look. I'll read it.
You mind if I read it all?
Yeah, you can read it out loud.
I'll read it myself.
Okay.
Brett is currently reading a letter from his friend Dustin. Dustin reported something Brett told him to the authorities, a scheme that involved murder, money, and fleeing the country. Brett is quickly losing his grip on the ledge he's been hanging on to. The water beneath him is so far away that it will barely cushion his fall. And, as you may have already guessed, Brett can't swim.
What you think?
Huh?
What you think?
When you get that?
Where?
That too.
Or no, what would you say? When did I get that?
When and where?
I got that today.
Okay.
From House County Sheriff's Department. Who do you think they talked to?
Well, Dustin.
Yeah. I mean, guess who he named, bro?
You named me?
Yeah, he did.
But I still ain't saying nothing, no. Like before you left, and I changed out of my mind.
You changed your mind?
I said nothing changed.
So you want to go like that? Did you kill the lady over on Simpsonville Road?
No, I did not.
Were you there?
No, I was not.
Were you over there with Tracy? Did you?
No, I did not. No, I was not. Right? Did you hurt the lady? No, I did not. Or were you over by her house? No, I was not.
Say.
Huh?
What you think?
When you get that?
Where?
That too.
Or no, what would you say? When did I get that?
When and where?
I got that today.
Okay.
From House County Sheriff's Department. Who do you think they talked to?
Well, Dustin.
Yeah. I mean, guess who he named, bro?
You named me?
Yeah, he did.
But I still ain't saying nothing, no. Like before you left, and I changed out of my mind.
You changed your mind?
I said nothing changed.
So you want to go like that? Did you kill the lady over on Simpsonville Road?
No, I did not.
Were you there?
No, I was not.
Were you over there with Tracy? Were you in the car with Tracy?
No, I was not.
Okay. Because you know what they're saying about you out there, Brett?
Yeah.
All them out there, they're saying he's a psychopath. Are you a psychopath?
No.
That's what they're saying. They're saying you're a sociopath.
Okay.
They're saying that you went in there, you killed that woman, or you were there when the woman was killed, and that you don't care. I said that no. That's not true. Things happen. Maybe was it a robbery that went wrong that you couldn't control? But you didn't mean for it to happen, right, Brett? I mean, is that a possibility? Is that a possibility? Shit happens, right? You see what I'm saying? Shit happens. Maybe you're like, fuck. You didn't mean for it to happen. And I said, no, he's not that. He's only 18 years old. He's not a psychopath. He's not. That's what they're saying.
Okay, guys, and this was another tactic or strategy used up in Ohio when they were questioning Brittany Gosney about her little son's James Hutchinson's red rum, right? He was agreeing, right? And he's also minimizing, and he's also saying, like, shit happens, right? So I can understand why, this would have happened, right? So maybe you didn't mean to, right? Again, he's trying to get him to admit what he did, even if it's at a bare minimum of what he did. He's trying to get him to start talking and telling the truth. And so far, again, they've really given them a run for their money, although every dog has its day.
Are they right, Brett? Are they right?
People are going to think what they want.
That's right. There ain't nothing you can do about it. But I'm asking you. I mean, maybe they are right. The way that you're presenting yourself to me and to everybody else down here is that you don't give a shit.
What did Tracy say about it?
What did Tracy say? I ain't gonna lie to you. I shoot straight from there. I've been straightforward with you since you've been here, haven't I?
Yes,
and have I not treated you fair? I haven't cussed at you. I haven't called you names. I mean, the other detectives are talking to Tracy, but it's not good. I can tell you that right now.
Well, just
look on. I walked out, but the look on her face.
When they showed her that, I ain't doing nothing. So tag me.
I'm not going to attack you. Oh, I mean, read that. What are you looking for?
Is that a camera right there?
No, we don't have cameras in here. Okay, this ain't the first 48, bro.
I don't know. Give me a little more time.
The only.
Okay, again. So this is where a policeman can lie, right? But I mean, he's like, is that a camera over there? Nope, we're not taping you. Obviously, we would be watching if there wasn't a camera in the room. And he does, Holly, he knows he's screwed. He does. And I wonder, I don't think so. I don't think they are implementing these types of strategies and techniques. Otherwise, they would have had more information, in my opinion, right? And yeah, are they animated and a little over the top? Maybe so, but I mean, it works. And like I said, this is the second confession that I know of that these detectives have worked out of a suspect, which is and it is work, right? It's a psychological game they're playing back and forth. They're going tit for tat, especially at this point, right? Now he's looking under the table. He's starting to think, oh shit, right? Because whether Tracy had a weird look on her face or, looked, like she was worried or what the last time he saw her, he's saying, hey, I showed Dustin's statement to Tracy and it's not good. Right. And then, it just cracks me up. He says, bro, this ain't the first 48. Really funny because again, they were, he's like taunting the police officers like, oh, I'm smarter than that. I know this shit. I watch CSI or whatever he said. Look up in the corner, stupid, says Mama. I mean, my goodness, right? It's like, my Lord. And this kid, and again, I mean, it's just wild. He's really trying to stick with the story until he realizes that Tracy, has seen this document and everything's kind of laid out. The plan that was told to Dustin is right there. So I don't know if she's really seen it or not. He lied about the camera, so I don't know. But again, I'll say well done.
The only people that are talking right now are me and you in here, Brett.
And can you swear on that?
Yeah, I can swear on that. The only people that are in here talking right now are me and you. I can swear on that.
You mean you be the only ones talking?
Yes, me and you be the only ones talking.
This is a pivotal moment in not just Brett's interview, but the entire investigation. It seems like the rapport building has worked, and Brett may finally be ready to divulge information. With a sense that a confession is soon to follow, the detective will now do whatever he has to do to keep Brett talking.
I mean, and this is smart as hell. And I think too, I think Devin, they're really getting, into more of a casual vernacular too with this young man, right? They're kind of not using proper, they're trying to kind of use slang and things like that. But again, it's because they're trying to get down to his level, in my opinion. But no, Mama Davis, I agree. He's not lying, right? I mean, no.
And from this point forward, look at me, buddy. From this point forward, am I the only one you want to talk to?
Yeah, if so, I won't say another
damn word. Okay. Brett, look at me. I'm here with you all the way. Just me and you, okay?
Well, I already know I'm going to do time for this.
Okay.
I already know you don't sweet sugar the shit.
Okay. All right.
But I don't know if I can reduce my time.
Okay. We don't make promises here, but the fact that,
Right, again, so now this is the time where Brett is softening up and he's like, oh shit, I've been caught. He knows they got me, right? The statement has really shifted the interview, and Brett's ready to start talking, and he's starting to realize the gravity of the situation, in my opinion. This is what will happen when you interrogate a suspect, or at least even to rule them out, right? And again, he has not been Mirandized. He is there on his own free will. He's never asked for a lawyer, right? And so sad that the young kids ruin their lives. I know, Mama, that's the part that breaks my heart. Because also, I think that, with him being inside, doing the video games and stuff, it doesn't appear that he has graduated. Maybe he did from high school, but that can really, hinder things. He should have been working on a GED, if not. So many things that he could have been doing. And again, he obviously has some really dark tendencies and very bad issues. But it's just sad. I mean, really, really sad. Yeah, he has built rapport. Exactly, Brenda. Yeah, he has to do that. And, I think that's really why they're kind of, acting so common and just casual with him. Hey, bro, dude kind of thing, in order to build that rapport. So, oh, little Miss Sharon, the little face, it's cute. I'm glad you're back. Yeah, he's done and he knows it, right? Yeah, this is where it takes an emotional turn, but again, I mean, this is just how a lot of these interrogations get a confession, without using coercion, without, even again, he's not under arrest even yet. Before he starts talking, he will Mirandize him, Mama Davis. Oh yeah. And it makes me wonder, because we'll see him swiftly get up. Now this officer is being a little bit hasty, in my opinion, because he's so close he could smell it, right? He could taste it. He's like, oh, we're gonna get this one. We're finally gonna get down to a little bit of what happened here. Again, his version of the truth. But this young man, he knows he's cornered big time with this statement, and so he's about to jump up really soon and grab the Miranda rights and read them off.
You're not going to forge signatures.
No, we can't forge
signatures.
signatures.
You got my scissor yet?
I ain't gonna lie to you.
And this honestly did happen at work.
It did honestly happen.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe you. Now, when I'm looking at you, I believe you. Okay.
It honestly did. As long as I don't get lethal injection.
I want to treat you right since you treated me right. Okay?
Sorry about lying about the passport.
That's okay. That's okay. So you, look.
I ain't admitting to nothing yet.
Okay.
That's
fine. Damn. Pal, I ain't a psychopath. I know you're not, Brett. I can look at you and tell shit just went bad, and I just need to know I need to know why. I need to know that. Come on, buddy. I told you it's just me and you in here. Come on.
And guys, I'm not using it as an excuse at all, but I do wonder if perhaps with the violent nature of this crime, if mathematics weren't at play here. Because for a young person, it's just so hard to believe that a young person could be so corrupt. Like Mama was saying, my grandson's going to be 18 in May. It just tears my heart up, and it's heartbreaking because again, you see this young man and he's got his whole life ahead of him, and then he does such a heinous crime. And Devin, they were able to embezzle or transfer over about 1.2 million. So it wasn't a small amount of money. We're going to kind of get into the particulars on the bigger motive here, right? But what transpired was simply evil. And the youngest of all of these perpetrators did the worst of the worst, right? So it's very heartbreaking.
Hold just a second. Just a second. Hey. Brett, can just 1 second? Okay. Huh? Would you rather be staying here with you?
No, you're good.
Okay.
You might.
Okay, and he's definitely now understanding the gravity of the situation. And yeah, Mama, I mean, they when they break when Mr. Black breaks it all down here in a little bit, it's one of those things where if they would have not been so sloppy, they might have been able to get out of town, right? Get out of Dodge with their passports and everything, had they been more strategic. And again, I do think substances were really heavily at play here. And the reason why, there's this huge disconnect in such a brutal situation over this money, because really none of the other stuff had to happen. Gail did not have to lose her life over this. And so it's very disturbing, but also, uh, it wasn't for a small amount of money. It really wasn't.
Find yourself puzzled about what just happened. The detective was seemingly seconds away from a confession when someone knocked on the door. Bar a family emergency, what could possibly be important enough to risk blowing an instant solve in this investigation? It certainly seems like an odd exit time. But when the officer returns, the purpose for the quick departure is revealed. The detective needed a copy of Brett's Miranda rights in order to read them out to him and get him to sign his name acknowledging them. A very important step that, if missed, could have led to avoided confession.
No. Just gonna be me and him talking. I promised him that. Sorry, buddy. Now listen. You're doing me right. I'm gonna do you right, okay? So all I'm gonna let you know is I'm gonna let you know your Miranda warnings. Okay? All right. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used in court as evidence against you. You're entitled to have a lawyer now and have him present or at any time during question.
Woo! I mean, this guy's like a dog with a bone. Can you hear him? He's out of breath, right? He was like, "Shit, I almost blew it," right? Because that's why they came knocking, like, "Hey, don't forget Miranda," right? As Medea likes to say, you can get off if Miranda's not there, right? The whole confession goes out the window. He has to be Mirandized. So again, we're gonna see a couple of instances here where he gets overly excited, the detective does, and he does a couple of things that could have really blown it. But fear not. He's again dealing with this young man. Now he's realizing the position he is in. So, the detective, even though he is a little sloppy himself here, does get the confession needed.
If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you. without cause, and he may be present at all times during questioning. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions. Because the burden of proof is on the officer to prove a voluntary waiver was knowingly and intentionally made after you give these warnings. Do you understand these rights? All right.
Is that what you're running for to get down?
Yeah, that's why I'm out of breath, man. I got to stop smoking. So you understand your rights, right? So let's start from how all this got started. Okay, I'm right here with you.
Has Tracy gave in yet?
Has Tracy what?
Gave in yet? You know what I'm done?
Tracy's down the hall. I don't know if she has or not. Okay, I can't say that.
Okay, and what he asked right there was, did Tracy give in yet? Again, guys, when we see how these detectives can use this leverage when we're talking about a couple, right? And these two are not married. They're in, this relationship, right? And they've been together for a couple of months, a few months, and they've known each other. He's been coming around since he's 14, right? And things. So, but with Chris and Katie, they've been married at this point for, roughly 7-8 years, according to Chris and Katie and what they were saying in the beginning. And so again, if they would have been able to be put in this situation, I'm sure Katie and Chris would have been wondering what each other was saying in the next room also. Right? I mean, maybe they all would be. I think I might be as well. Look, if I get a phone call and, my spouse says, "Hey," or my spouse's spouse says, "Hey, don't be mad, but your son's missing." I'm going to be wondering what the hell is going on. Absolutely. And then especially if you're being brought down to the station again. I mean, I'm not saying they didn't. I don't think they did though. Right? I don't know 100% for sure, but I think if they would have done this properly, they could absolutely use that leverage. Chris would have said, well, "What's Katie saying?" Right? And then Chris would have went nuts because he has to be in control of everything. They're taking control over their own investigation here. We didn't see that in Sebastian's case, in my opinion. So,
But I know let me put this, we know she's involved, okay? I know she is, but she's down the hall talking to the other detectives, okay?
Guys, hold on, Mom.
Call your mother. Call your mother. Here. Oh my gosh. I can't be on this. I don't have the cord for it. You want your cell phone? Huh?
All right, guys. And right now it is a major trigger warning for moms and grandmas. I mean, seriously, this really tugged on my heartstrings. I know it's about to come. This part is very difficult to watch, this young man. And, it's hard for me to feel sorry for him knowing what he did, but also I do. It does break my heart. So.
All right. You want to wait? You want to talk first? Let's talk first and you can call your mom, okay?
I can tell you everything.
All right, come on, man. Dial it. All right. You want me to step out? All right, now dial it.
My mom ain't gonna get in trouble if she didn't do nothing. Just for calling her.
Oh, no. You're just calling.
Well,
She's never getting
got it now.
Huh? No, I'm sorry. Hold on just a second. All right, now just dial the number.
How do I hit end?
No, you don't.
Hi. I hit that bit. End. To end it. Hold on, Mom. Don't say nothing. Mom.
Yes.
Where are you at?
I'm at home.
All right. Don't say anything. Just let me talk. I love you.
I love you.
I love you a lot.
I love you a lot. What's going on, baby?
Tell Dad I love it. And I love you, Mom.
I love you. What's going on?
Bye.
She's gone. That was a very manly thing you done.
All right.
Okay, but all right.
All right, as a mom, I'm sorry guys, but if I got a call like that from my son or my, I have a daughter, so I don't have a son, so like it's not an exact reference or anything. But let me tell you, like I'm like, call your mom back and don't worry her, tell her what's going on, but he was trying to just let her know, right? I mean, again, this young man's 18. It's heartbreaking to see our youth throwing their lives away, doing these horrible things. I don't understand it other than there's got to just be so much trauma for these kids. Um, a lot has to do with the internet. A lot has to do with a lot of factors, right? Just so hard to watch. I know, Mama. It's so sad. It is so, so sad. Um, and I just don't know how to do better by these kids because this is obviously the result of not doing good enough by these kids. And again, there could be some entitlement, like, um, I'm grateful to have the commentary from Mr. Black, right? Because he's going to tell us, what he thinks about the matter. And I would have to agree with him as well. But I think a couple things could be true. And it does. It breaks my heart. This poor guy, his mom, his dad. I mean, there's going to be more to come out. But again, just seeing this play out is heartbreaking.
God. You know how you give your word for Bonnie and you sorry, you won't tell?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm putting them all over right now.
Drop them all over, dude. You know what, Brett? Hey, you don't think they're not fucking you over?
That proved it.
Yeah, that proved it. Because Dustin was there too, right?
No, he really wasn't.
Okay, all right.
He really wasn't.
Let's start from the beginning. There. Let's start from the beginning.
The caller is probably Brett's mom trying to make sure her son is okay. The detective.
Yes. I mean, that's the thing. Like, okay, in this part, I was a little upset with the officer, but not to the point of like, I mean, he's just doing his job. But again, I'm like, oh my God, because I know that's his mom calling. And I'm like, oh my gosh, just let him answer at least and talk to her one more time. But he's ready to get this situation, under control and rectified. He's got where he's Mirandized Brett and, let's go. Right. But he does, in my opinion, do a couple of things where a defense attorney could maybe say something. Now, due to the severity of the crime, I don't think anyone was having it. But yes, Detective Daniel Shirley, even though I think he was doing his job, I think right there as a mom, I was like, just let him talk to his mom. But again, that's why I'm not a police officer or a judge. We need to be tough on crime, exactly, Mama Davis. That's his mom calling back. And so I was, and I'm trying, not to judge the officers because I know they're trying to get this over with, in terms of they know they just need to continue on with what, their job is. Again, I just really wish that we would see this, play out in Sebastian's case as well.
His frantic move of desperation could have given the suspect the idea that he's getting played. It makes the detective seem as though he's only after one thing. And he is. But acting brash like this on the verge of a confession is a quick way to destroy rapport. At any point, Brett could take control of the dynamics by asking for a lawyer, and then the interview's over. Getting a genuine confession takes patience.
Who else was there?
How it was me by myself.
Well, and I will say also, guys, that at 18, again, I just don't think that he knew what his rights were, even though they read him off. But here's the thing. I think that he could have even been in shock, right? He just realized that Dustin had ratted him out fully, in a full ass statement, ratted him out all the details of what was going to transpire in a crime that was committed, and everything's matching up. They have all of this information. The weight of the world is on him. He might not have even heard the part, because I don't even think that he was, like listening while he was being Mirandized. Who knows? He was probably hearing, Charlie Brown and the wah 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 wah, because I just don't even think it was on his radar. But again, I do agree with, Mr. Black here on this. His overzealousness could have cost him, all Brett would have to say is, I want to wait till my, parents show up. I want to call my mom back. I want to get a lawyer. Even at 18, they may have been able to give him some pushback, but the lawyer, that was his key to shutting the conversation down. I don't think he fully understood that, Mama, I just don't. I don't think he fully understood that. So, yeah, but again, whew.
How'd you get over there? Tracy took you. Tracy took you, didn't she?
I didn't say she did.
But she did. Because you didn't know how to get over there to her house.
Brett finally admits he was in Gail's house during the time of the crime. Only
Right. Also, he said earlier in the interview he doesn't have a vehicle. So, I mean, who got him over there? It had to be Tracy, right? Now they're trying to make sure that he can implement Tracy and get the entire truth out of him, right? And because this young man, in my opinion, also is trying to take the blame for the whole thing, right? He's ready to just take it all on. He's like, we're screwed. I don't know what Tracy's saying, but I'm going to tell my part of it. But he's not implemented her yet. They're trying to coax that out of him as well. Like, so how'd you get over there with, you said you didn't have a vehicle, said you didn't know where this lady lived. Obviously, this is Tracy's, co-worker. And so again, puts her there, puts him there because of Tracy also. She's already stated that she was there all, as well. So yeah, and it's good for the kids to know their rights, because what if this young man was completely innocent, which we know he wasn't, because we'll figure that out. But say he was just going to take the rap for Tracy, and he didn't know his rights fully, that he, if you're better off getting the lawyer, so that way, you're not confessing, right? And in the same way, some are false confessions or forced. I don't think that's the case here. But again, yeah, Mama, just the kids are naive, and they don't fully understand it. And it's a tough situation, again, being out of your element and in their element. And, it's these detectives are not playing.
he states he was by himself, but the detective isn't buying it as he continues to press Brett about who else was with him, while accusing Tracy of being Brett's mode of transport. Brett maintains that Tracy wasn't involved at all, but eventually the egg starts to crack and the yolk is visible.
All right, when I was dropped off over there, after that, I was there by myself. I had a pistol, held her hostage. I ain't a shooter. I didn't know y'all knew that. I knew she died of suffocation.
How?
I mean,
how'd you suffocate her?
Can you say a prayer with me first? And I'll tell you everything, detail to detail.
This is kind of an odd moment in the interrogation, but the detective actually follows through by holding Brett's hands and leading him in prayer. It's obvious the officer feels awkward about doing so, but it's an important step in securing information. The detective
Thank God for this detective sitting with this young man and praying with him. This is what he needed. This is what he's asking for, whether it's him being manipulative, which I do believe he is. But I also think that in this moment, this is what this boy needed. I'm very grateful for the officer. I don't even think he's humoring him. I would have to just respectfully disagree. I think he is sitting with this young man, especially if he's a dad himself. He understands, right? Extremely sad situation all around.
Detective handles it cleverly, though, even going as far as to ask God not only for strength, but forgiveness for Brett Kelly. After that, Brett starts to talk about what happened. To summarize, he starts by saying he was dropped over to Gail's house that morning. He said he walked into the residence with a pistol and put it to her head before binding her up and putting her on her bed. He also claims to have untied Gail when she needed to use the bathroom, after which he says he didn't tie her up anymore because he felt sorry for her. He goes on to claim he let her smoke, watch TV, and even cried while holding Gail at gunpoint. Finally, he states that he let Gail take her medication and gave her a shot of liquor.
So Tracy must have went over there, knocked on the door, and then went inside and then left that door unlocked so you could sneak on in, right? You got to answer me, like yes, okay, all right. Did you just walk on in on her, or what? What happened when you first walked in the door?
Walked in, and I didn't do nothing. I just pointed the gun, and she sat down.
Where was she at?
Doing her makeup in her bathroom. That's all that happened.
In the master, there's a hallway bathroom, and there's a bedroom.
In her bedroom.
In her bedroom. So you walk in, you point the gun at her. What does Gail say?
She just sat down. She didn't say nothing.
What was she wearing?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Okay. I mean, that's fine.
If you're new to interrogations, you might wonder why the detective keeps pressing Brett for details he likely already knows about the crime. This is simply to ensure a valid confession. You'd be surprised how many times people have confessed to crimes they didn't actually commit. But if a suspect confesses to a crime and can even divulge information about that crime that hasn't been released publicly, the admission of guilt is far more likely to stand up in court should that suspect recant his confession. One of the big details in play at the minute is that Brett has already admitted to knowing how Gail died. Brett possessing this knowledge screams guilty. But now Detective Shirley wants to talk about the darker side of this crime.
Brett, did you have sex with her?
No, I did not.
Why is she had tears of her vagina? You didn't have sex with her. You've been honest to this so far, so yes. I'm going to take your word.
Oh, Lord, guys, trigger warning. I forgot to let everybody know. So he's going to get into some of the details. They're asking more in-depth questions. It's just very sad. Poor Gail. She did not deserve any of this. Even though I know he's saying he showed some mercy in certain ways, if it could even be stated that way.
Or that you did.
If I did, you can probably. If I,
right, yeah. I would be able to.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe some DNA and all that.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So, no.
If someone were to ask you whether or not you committed a horribly violent crime that you knew you weren't guilty of, what would your answer be? While replies may differ depending on certain variables such as who's asking the question, I'm willing to bet your response probably wouldn't end with, "But if I did it, y'all could probably see if I did." An innocent person would respond with absolute denial.
Right. And also, guys, we're going to see a little bit later on that this was already discussed, because there was a lot of things where this young man was doing very heinous things and talking with an accomplice, because he wasn't alone in this, although he acted alone in carrying out these things. And he knew also that it was all going to come back to him. And he started to panic. And again, I think there was probably mathematics involved in this situation. I'm not 100% sure. Again, if you had nothing to do with it, or that was an absurd question, it would be a hell no. Or why would you think I would do something like that, right? At this point, we know that this young man is a monster.
And people might even be offended by the assumption, but not Brett. He is completely unmoved.
Okay, because you've been square with me so far.
Because I know I'm going to prison for life, or at least protection already.
About what time did you leave the house?
Around 4.
About 4 o'clock? In her car? Okay.
To summarize, Brett claims that Tracy dropped him off down the street from Gail's house. While being held hostage, Brett states that Gail took some medication of her own free will that caused her to become very docile. He then suffocated her with a plastic bag before leaving in her car, which he then dumped near a church on Allen Road in Bibb County. After that, he threw her keys in a gas station trash can before fleeing the scene and returning to his and Tracy's apartment. According to Brett, he never stole anything from Gail physically, even though her wallet and phone were missing. And while he admits that his sister Courtney Kelly was involved in the scheme, he says she was never at the house.
Well, and I beg to differ, because he took a lot from Gail physically. He had no business doing any of the things that he did to her. And that was never part of the first initial plan. So the fact that he did all of this is especially heinous, in my opinion, because he carried these things out on his own. None of the other people who were involved had anything to do with what he did to Gail. So I think he physically took her dignity and her pride that she takes care of herself so nicely. It's very disturbing.
In fact, he still claims he was the only one in Gail's residence at the time of the crime, though he does state that he was merely instructed to do all the things he did by Tracy Jones. After keeping Gail hostage all day, he says Tracy called him at 4 p.m. and told him to do it, which he took to mean kill her, which is exactly what he did. He later burned all of Gail's clothing and other belongings outside in a trash can at his apartment. He said he had no idea why he was going over to Gail's house at the request of Tracy, other than to keep an eye on her. According to him, he was simply following instructions which were to hold Gail hostage and wait for Tracy to call.
So you weren't actually over there to rob the place. You were told to go over there and kill Gail.
No, I wasn't told to do anything yet. I was just told to go over there.
Told to go over there.
No.
And
you just hold it, just keep her there. Just make sure she don't leave her house.
But then when you got a text message, or call, did she call you? When Tracy called you at 4 o'clock, what did Tracy tell you?
Do it, just like I said.
And what was that? What did she tell you to do?
Implied killing her.
Implied killing her. Did she ever tell you why?
I was never told a reason why.
Who was texting?
There was no text messages really that was explaining any of this.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
The detective is saying that someone took Gail Spencer's phone and sent messages from it. Brett claims it wasn't him. The detective also goes on to ask Brett if Gail was forced to drink any bleach during the ordeal. He answers no, but states that he did clean up the crime scene a little bit. Brett is then asked if he drank any of the alcohol that was found in the bedroom. He claims he didn't, but states that Gail did. Just before the detective leaves the room again, he allows Brett to make another phone call to his mother.
Okay, and again, guys, I don't know how true it is, but it would make sense. Again, Brett is not being truthful, in my opinion, because I think because of one of the things that is done to Gail at the hands of this 18-year-old, right, Brett, he does share that with his girlfriend, Tracy, and Tracy gets upset about it. And I think that's why, if Tracy did tell him to do that, why? Because again, if the motive is just money and there's nothing really personal, I mean, did they like each other? No, but I don't think the motive really was that Tracy wanted to, for her boyfriend to kill Gail. I think she wanted that after the fact because she was jealous, in my opinion. And again, I'm trying to get into the mind of these criminals, these monsters. And that's the best I can do. Devin says he's not a young man at this point, old enough to take advantage of his free will and hurt someone. And I mean, he brutalized Gail. It was just absolutely awful what he did, and he did it on his own accord, in my opinion. From what has come out and what will come out here.
Hey, Brett.
They know.
They know what, sorry?
Hey, where's Seth at?
Who?
Seth, the dude you met.
Seth, the one that bought the motorcycle, he dropped me off at the house.
And where's he at?
He left, and he went home, I guess. I don't know.
Well, the cops know everything. Someone made a police report and had all the texting on it and the call information.
Made a police report of what?
Of what we did. And I just told them.
But I don't know what you've done. Everybody knows what you've done but me.
That's what I'm saying. They know what I done.
What did you do, though?
I killed somebody.
Who?
This lady.
Why?
I don't know, Mom. But I'm on the phone by myself, I think. I don't know. All I know is I love you.
I mean, I love you too, but why did you do it by yourself?
I don't know, Mom. For money?
By yourself?
Yes.
It's very sad, in my opinion. And I know, guys, I told you, don't feel sorry for him. Here I am. But, he's saying, I love you to his mom. His mom's not saying, I love you, son. I love you, son. I'm so sorry. I didn't raise you better or anything like that, right? This lady seems about as messed up as her young man here. Um, but he just keeps telling her that, and I think it's just kind of sad, and I think that's maybe why he's seeing this older lady, and very impressionable, very immature, lots of trauma, very evil in my opinion, but also you can kind of see why.
Yes.
Why would you do that, though?
I don't know, Mom.
Can you confess?
Yes.
Where's my car?
It's in a parking deck. They made me walk. They made me park the car and walk. You'll get it back shortly today or something.
Are you getting out?
No, I'm going to prison for life.
Who said that?
They did.
Is there someone I can talk to?
When they get.
I don't think they ever told him that he was going to prison for life. I think he basically came to that conclusion on his own when he realized the ramifications of his actions. But that's just to the best of my recollection.
Back in.
Who was the person that you did that to?
This older lady.
Did you know her?
No.
Well, did you just break in on her or something?
I walked in.
You walked in on what?
I walked in on her and broke in her house.
Who the hell would put you up to that?
I don't know, Mom.
A gang?
No.
That Tracy woman?
No, Mom. But look, I'm about to have to go. I'm about to call Dad.
Son, I love you. Please, I need to know more than this. This does not make no sense, though.
I love you, Mom.
Somebody pay you.
No.
All right, so we did get a love you out of mom. That's a good thing, right? Yeah, and I don't know. He's got a lot of tattoos for just being 18, and he got another one with the money that they transferred over as well. Again, he's not telling the whole story, but we're going to find out that he was telling people kind of his plans to do this because of money issues. He had just lost his job and that sort of thing. But again, no excuse.
I really do love you, Mom.
I love you too. Who do I talk to?
One of the detectives or people here.
Can you have them call me and tell me what's going on?
Yes.
Or do I come and see you and find out what's going on?
I don't know. Whenever they get back.
Can you have them call me?
Yes.
I told you, son, never do something you can't get out. That's when you get in trouble. Why would you do that?
I don't know, Mom.
Your whole life.
She's gone. I don't know. Because I was struggling and needed money.
Nobody's struggling that damn bad. Your dad always had a door open.
I will have to agree, nobody's struggling that damn bad, right? There's no reason to do that. I mean, no one's life is worth that, right? I don't care, millions of dollars. Gail's life was well over that. And again, just senseless because this didn't have to happen. Didn't have to happen.
To you. Always, just because you get along with him, he would have gave you a job any day. You're struggling when you don't have enough food, enough family to call.
No. Well, look, I got to call Dad and let him know. I love you, Mom.
You need to call me.
I love you.
Next, Brett.
Okay, yeah. Miss Sharon says, in my opinion, if I was his mom, I would be very angry with him for his behavior. And I agree. I mean, and I don't even think she fully understands what's happened, right? Because she's like hearing it in bits and pieces. He's talking about, I walked in. She's like, what do you mean you walked in? I walked in with a lady. So he's kind of not told her the whole thing, but I think again they knew that he was planning to do something he wasn't supposed to do. And then his mom was saying, hey, don't ever get yourself into too much trouble that you can't get out of. Don't do something so horrible that you can't take it back, sort of thing. And I mean, this is definitely one of those instances. And again, just the brutal nature. And I'd be so disappointed as well, little Miss Sharon. And I think that his dad also, if he would have talked to his parents, he probably would have done things differently. But again, I think he's also um, in some small Okay, guys, sorry about that. It kicked me off and wouldn't let me back on. I apologize for that. Let me share the screen back again. I can't believe it actually left me on the live. So I apologize, guys. Sorry about that. I'll have to cut that part out. Okay, so here we go back again. Brett is talking to his dad.
What's going on?
It's over.
What do you mean it's over? Where are you at?
I'm in a police station.
Well, I don't know what happened. Do not say anything to anybody till there's a lawyer involved.
I already told him.
What?
I already told him.
What happens, man?
I killed this old lady.
Why? Why? Can I come up there and see you?
I'll never be out. I'll be in here for life.
Brett, you don't know that.
I do. I already told him everything.
What was it all about? Well, all I can tell you to do.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate you sticking around. I'm sorry. I was like, oh my gosh, they're probably going to leave now because they think, oh, our live's over all of a sudden. So thank you, guys. Again, this part's super sad. Just with the age of this kid. And again, he knows because he's been honest. And, you know, that's part of it, right? Without talking with the lawyer and things like that. So his dad is going to be coming down to the station at least. Someone's going to be there for him, right? Because as disappointed as you are, you still want to, go down there and see what's going on. Little Miss Sharon says, "All good, lady. We survived." That's funny. Aw, thank you guys. So I know, isn't it? It's incredibly sad and horrible, right, Detroit? I mean, it's just like the ramifications of these actions, and really doesn't even make any sense. A lot of it, as it unfolds. To thank you, little Miss Sharon. There you go, Bo. We just did a brief intermission. No worries. Thank you guys.
Don't say nothing else.
I told everything, Dad, from the moment I woke up to the moment I went to sleep that day. There ain't nothing else to tell.
Were you with people?
No, I was by myself.
You were by yourself.
Yeah,
And why did you?
because I did it, Dad.
Hey, this is probably recorded or whatever.
I know it. I don't know, but I'm on one of their phones.
Have you talked to your mom?
Yeah. I did.
This isn't you, son.
I know it's not me, Dad.
This is not you.
I just wanted money and I couldn't get it.
You know, I can help you in any way in the world. What did you need money for?
I was broke. I could barely pay my bills.
Brett. Why, son? What?
Yes, absolutely, Bo. I think he definitely did it for Tracy, and I think she was really jealous, right? Because he was doing things that he wasn't supposed to be doing, and I honestly think that that was the conclusion, because later on too, it's gonna kind of corroborate the story, with Tracy and her calling in and saying, it's time, or go ahead and do it, as they were saying earlier. But again, they're all going to implement each other, implicate each other in having involvement because of the scheme that they were concocting on top of this. Because really, he did take it into his own hands. But again, I think he was being directed. And I also think there was, again, mathematics or some sort of substances fueling this.
What? There's more to it than that.
No, there's not.
You mentioned something else to me the other night that made more damn sense than what you just said.
There's nothing more to it.
On the contrary, there's a lot more to it, and we'll get to that later. Brett continues to claim that he acted alone, but his father isn't buying it. Then Brett finally says it was all a setup. When the detective returns to the room, Brett's dad reminds him not to say anything else until legal consultation is acquired.
Let me tell you something. You don't say nothing to nobody until we get a lawyer.
I already done told him, Dad.
Well, look. All they can be, I don't know. I just wouldn't say nothing to nobody else because I know there's more to this story than what you're telling me. I seen you go through stuff at school and you want to take the blame for everything to cover everything up. You're adult now. You don't take blame from nobody, no matter what the consequence is. You don't take rap.
Brett's father hangs up the call shortly after agreeing to come down to where his son is being interviewed. If you were to ask me for my opinion, and this is only speculation based off observation, I believe that both Brett's mother and father knew more than they were letting on to know. Just how much, I'm not sure. I also found it odd how soft they were on him after he's just confessed to murdering an older lady for money. They seem primarily fixated on feeling sorry for him more so than his victim. As a parent, if my child committed a crime like this, my reaction would be totally different. But then again, people are different, especially when dealing with something traumatic. I can't help but wonder if Brett was a my son can do no wrong type of kid. This type of parenting structure has been shown through research to contribute to sociopathic behavior patterns later on. And to be honest, I detect this in both Brett and his sister Courtney Kelly, who you'll see later on.
And I detect this in Chris Proudfoot. Yes, yeah, Detroit. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. So yeah, he's about to kind of break it down a little bit because now they're being truthful or they're getting this more information out. And again, we're gonna start seeing some more people that were involved. I think this is really interesting too as it pertains to Sebastian's case because, like I said, I think, in my opinion, that there was more than just Katie, more than just Chris. I think people were helpful. And again, when we know that there were 3 different witnesses that saw Kathy Bowersox's car over, allegedly, or her vehicle at Worsham's that morning. Melissa saying, 6:30 a.m. we all were searching, even though word hadn't really gotten out at that point. It's a very close call, in my opinion, anyway. But yeah, I mean, who said CP? Yes, I mean, just like spot on. And even when it comes to just the overall nature, I have to say that I do agree with Mr. Black, but I also think it's just so sad. And I think he was definitely influenced by Tracy. And Tracy is not the best role model, let alone girlfriend.
The big question here would be, do they or does Brett Kelly feel empathy? While Brett has admitted to his crime, has he actually taken responsibility for what he's done and shown true remorse for his actions? Sure, his tears could be perceived as such, but I'd hazard a guess that they're rooted more in narcissistic regret. Is Brett sorry for what he's done wrong, or is he merely regretful he got caught for the sake of his own freedom? When Brett gave his reason for murdering Gail, he said it was because he needed the money and could barely pay his bills. Yet he was living with Tracy Jones, he owned a motorbike, he often smoked weed, and he frequently ate at Steak and Shake. He'd also just quit his job, and now stays home all day getting blasted and playing video games. Not to mention his room was covered in takeaway cups, solo cups, empty bottles, and a lot of other stuff that cost money. So if Brett Kelly was struggling with money, it was his own damn fault.
So let me ask you something, just something that's bothered me that I'm hoping that you can.
Whoa, Mr. Black breaking it down. He said it's his own damn fault. Little Miss Sharon's like, did you ever think about getting a job there, Brett? Things like that. Absolutely. All true, all very true. And Sam says, question, if KK's bestie was arriving that morning, when did she talk to her? Shouldn't it be on the records? Well, I believe so, right? I'm still very much wondering about Lori, and Lori's never come forward to talk. She's never come out and said, "Hey, my best friend would never do this. We love you, Sebastian." If it was my good friend, because also I do believe that Lori's son is also on the spectrum. You would think that they would be a great support for each other, and Lori would be helping, especially Lori's Navy as well. So I have a lot of questions about Katie's bestie. Um, Also, she's never publicly come out and defended Katie in any way, shape, or form. Um, doesn't seem very courageous, in my opinion, although I know that it can be overwhelming. The public, so to speak, can be overwhelming. But I think that now is the time for pressure in the Sebastian Rogers case, right? Pressure should have been applied in this format. It wasn't, in my opinion. So better late than never, hopefully. But yeah, and Mamo, that's true, right? If he likes Steak and Shake and that's where they hang out, get a job, right? Get a job there. There's just so many things that he could have been doing, and it seems like he had a pretty good job going. But again, I think with Tracy affording him to just chill and be at the house and play video games, she was absolutely holding him back to his potential. A big strong guy like that, he should be able to go get any type of a job. Just really, really sad. And again, it just seems like he didn't have the parental guidance that he really needed. Although his father is going to come to the station and be there with him. So that's a plus.
Clarify for me, okay? This $12,000 that was deposited into your account, right? But where did that come from? Where did that 12 grand come from? Where'd you get it?
That's going to be a long story. Can I take a pee real quick?
Yeah, let's take a piss.
Come on. I ain't got to see Tracy, do I?
No, I won't let you see her.
A long story indeed. When Brett comes back from using the restroom, he explains the whole thing. Allow me to summarize. His sister Courtney Kelly was badly strung out on drugs when she too started living in Tracy's apartment. One day the idea came up that Tracy Jones could gain access to the financial accounts at Calder Pinkston by holding her co-worker Gail Spencer hostage. Tracy could then embezzle the money out of the firm's escrow account and into new accounts opened in Brett and Courtney's names. Once the deed was done and the stolen funds were transferred, the people involved in the crime would all flee the country together. So the morning Tracy went over to Gail Spencer's house, she set her up to be held hostage by leaving her door unlocked when she left. And that's how Brett entered Gail's house along with another man named Keith Dozier. Brett held Gail hostage at gunpoint while Keith served as a lookout. During this time, Tracy went to work as usual at Calder Pinkston, where she used Gail's security fob to wire out the stolen money, with the bulk of it going into Courtney Kelly's accounts. Courtney took care of arranging passports for everyone involved and was supposed to divide the rest of the stolen money out of her account to the rest of the crews. In the end, as previously admitted, Brett was indeed the one who murdered Gail, but he insists that Keith Dozier helped him hold the bag over her head. Once she was dead, they fled together in her car. But that's not the full story. Someone did something specifically disgusting to Gail just before she died, and so far, just exactly who that is still unclear. But Brett goes on to drop a massive bomb on the whole scheme when he reveals that his sister Courtney actually stiffed the whole group and fled with most of the money and her passport, refusing to answer the phone to any of them. He had no idea where she was, but stated that because she's already wanted, she shouldn't be hard to find. And she wasn't. Courtney was actually on a drug-fueled spending spree with another guy who also later got charged for his role in the plot. Courtney was captured on CCTV all around the area making purchases and hiding out in hotels. The total amount that ended up getting stolen from Calder Pinkston was $1,292,300. Text messages later revealed the panic Tracy was going through after Courtney ditched the rest of the crew with the money.
Okay, so yeah, again, guys, they are caught red-handed, right? And Detroit, that's what we were talking about earlier. We're like, just for a little bit of money, right? He's struggling and everything. They would have made off like bandits. They had everything really in place, but they really screwed things up royally. And, that's usually what happens. Not never a perfect crime, but, just to think that they could have gotten away with all of this if they would have been more organized is a scary thought. Because they could have just took out, and would they eventually be caught? Sure, I believe that, especially with these detectives, they seem, pretty hungry for justice. But in the same way, it's wild the amount that they were able to take out. And I believe in the beginning of our part one, they were talking about that it was Columbus Day or around that time, or maybe it was another article I was reading. But anyway, that was a bank holiday. So in that regard, they really pulled off a well done heist if they would have stuck to the plan and not done all of this extra horrible evil stuff. They could have really got out of it, and then DNA for sure. They talked about even having like hair at the scene, fingerprints, all of that. So yeah, total smoking gun, right? And I mean, the motive is absolutely money. And another motive is just, a very sick perversion by a very deranged young man, and, carried out multiple crimes. So there's always the smartest person in the group, right? Now, exactly. They always think they're the smartest. They do. They absolutely do, Detroit. And, he was real cocky early on. Then he realized, I've screwed up here. I'm glad you're here, Anne. Yeah, and I mean, now we can kind of see a little bit more about the motive, but to me, it really doesn't matter. Particularly heinous crime. Um,
The whole thing was messy. Nothing was really that well thought out. To be honest, it amazes me that these clowns were actually able to even get the money. But they did. And from what I could see online, it looks like Calder Pinkston had a real tough time trying to get that money back. But now the detective wants to know more about how Brett received the order to murder Gail Spencer.
Are you having trouble trying to keep up with your professor? You've got to try Otter. Here's how it works.
What happened after that?
After that, nothing, just talked about it. I cried a lot. Didn't want to do it. I thought of my grandma. I was doing it. I seen the picture of her son in her house, and that's all I thought about was my dad. How he felt when he took a loss of his mom, and how I wouldn't. And I just broke down.
What did Tracy do?
Same thing. I just sat in her room.
She cried?
Yes, I hope so. I don't know.
You don't know?
That's the only reason I told y'all, because I thought of my grandma. I didn't want that jump to happen to her, but
right.
I guess when there's money involved and you're needing it, you'll do anything.
It's true. Some people will do things they wouldn't normally do for money, especially when they're desperate. But desperate people aren't typically eating out while mending fresh tattoos. Brett seems more concerned about the fact that he's ratting out the rest of the group than he does the actual crime.
I know y'all ain't gonna tell me, but I know Tracy has not told on me anything. I know she hasn't. And I was not supposed to say nothing either, but I can't do it.
I understand. You know what that's showing?
See, and again, he was also being very cocky in the beginning, because I do think that Tracy told him, don't say anything. Loose lips sink ships, right? But he's very immature, very impressionable, but not listening to what Tracy told him to do. In some ways, and then in others, maybe yes. Just very sad. Hey, Crazy Bird, good to see you. So, yeah, I mean, really, really interesting. And good night, Bo. I'll see you later.
That you've got a heart. That you have a heart, Brett. Okay? That's what that's showing. And you can't help it. Okay? You can't help it. At least you have a heart, and it's like, look, this is what happened. I'm sorry. Things went too far. You know what she's doing? I didn't kill nobody. So, who looks like a monster? Right? No remorse, nothing like that. But anyway, at least you're showing that you have a heart. All right. I know things went too far, but at least you've manned up and came down here and asking for forgiveness for what you've done. Now, is there anything else that you can think of that you may have left out? And I'm not saying lying. I'm saying that just you may have forgotten.
As I said,
That's the absolute truth. All of this was over so that Tracy could embezzle money, so that she could transfer monies from that account to y'all's accounts. Did she transfer money in your account
today? She did.
And it was today, and it was $12,000. How much was it?
200 something thousand.
She transferred $200,000 in your account.
It was 800 something thousand in my sister's.
There was 800,000 in your sister's account. Was it just those two accounts?
That's it.
Okay. All right.
Big money.
That's a lot of money, Brett. That's a lot of money. Yeah.
I did it.
Okay. All right.
The detective decides to take a break, and before he leaves the room, Brett offers to surrender his phone. If you'll remember, Brett's father is currently on his way up to the police station. Brett is left alone in the room for around 45 minutes, during which time he either hides his face or puts his head down. Then, roughly 3 minutes before his father enters the room to console him, Brett dramatically drops to his knees and begins to pray. Now, I have no proof of this, and it's purely speculation, but I wonder if Brett caught wind of his father's voice in the building and staged the whole thing to feign remorse in front of his dad. Again, it's just an observation and opinion based on the fact that I don't believe Brett Kelly is truly remorseful for what he did. I think he wanted the next person that walked through that door to believe he was sorry for killing Gail Spencer. But Gail Spencer wasn't just murdered. After Brett's interview concludes with the cat out of the bag, Tracy is brought back in singing a completely different tune as the denial has faded. I've drastically trimmed down her second interview into quick bullet points as she finally comes clean. And this is where things get a little dark.
Well, it all started out as a joke. Like last Sunday, I was like, if we had the money, would you want to just take off and go anywhere? And we was like, yeah, we'd want to do that. You know, we was really just joking around. Well, Tuesday or Wednesday, I realized that there was a big account on fund on that Friday I was $800,000. And so me and Brett was talking about it, you know, and I said, only thing is I don't know that Gail would let me deal with that kind of money. I said I'd have to figure out a way to keep her from coming to the office. He said, well, I can go to her house and make her sit there all day. And I said, well, and then that's when we started talking about that, and it just kind of escalated from there. I went to the neighborhood, and I went up to her door. I knocked on the door and asked her if I could use the restroom and get something to drink. And I went inside. Brett and another guy went in the house, and I walked out the door. They were only supposed to keep her there. That was all it. Just keep her there while I could transfer money that day, and then we were going to leave. And that's how things were supposed to unfold. She was never supposed to be killed. That was never a plan to kill her. That was not the plan at all. He called me during the day and said, I don't know what to do. I don't know if I should kill her. And I said, no, you shouldn't. I said, but I don't want to know anything. I just don't, because that was not the plan. That was not.
Okay, so that was not the plan. That was not the intention. Now, again, I can't help but think about Katie's predicament and everything that transpired and the way that Katie may not have wanted to know fully what happened, right? And this may be why, if she passed a polygraph, maybe that's why, right? Lots of things can help along with that, but it just makes me wonder, because very similar personalities here that we're seeing. Again, Tracy is very immature herself. She is absolutely a bad liar, in my opinion. And I just wonder if, the plan that they carried out with Sebastian, in my opinion, whether it was to move him someplace or to take him to a school, which was definitely something they were discussing. Did Katie actually know all about everything that transpired even afterwards? Or did she say, okay, Chris, your ultimatum, I'm taking it, but I don't want to know. I don't want to know what happens next, right? Just a speculation, just something that came to mind when I'm watching this.
The intention was just to keep her in that house during the day long enough for me to transfer $880,000 into his sister's accounts, Courtney and Kelly. $249,000 and $130,000 or $60,000, I believe, to Brett's accounts.
It's the information I'm getting. I'm gonna shoot you straight forward, okay? Since you're being honest with me.
Okay.
Yes, Detroit. So this is Tracy, his girlfriend. This is Brett's girlfriend, Tracy. She worked with Gail Spencer over at the law firm that they were working at in the office. And Gail had permissions and authority to move funds around within the office. So they took her fob, which was, her access to the accounts and everything. And Tracy carried out the money transferring from the company while her boyfriend, Brett, was supposed to just hold Gail hostage all day long while this is transpiring. But the plan went way awry. And she's absolutely playing it down. Absolutely. Her involvement in everything, but, a far cry from where she was, completely denying everything. "Oh, I don't know Brett. I don't know his sister. I don't know anybody. They're all living with her, laid up in her apartment." It's like, "Oh, come on." Right? So, yeah, there's so much to this. Many working parts and many people involved. Some even indirectly, like the man that was spending all the money and going on the spree with Brett's sister. So very interesting. I believe she's in her 40s. She's got a 15-year-old and a 17-year-old, so I'm thinking, 30s, maybe 40s, early 40s, at this time. I'd have to double check though. That's a good question, Detroit, because I know, and this man is, one of her son's friends too. So,
The information I'm getting is that you called Brett about 4 o'clock and said do it.
No, I never told him to do it.
You didn't?
No.
Okay, because it's all on the table now, sweetheart.
I never told him to do it. I'd say
But I'll be able to check that in the phone.
I know.
Okay.
I said I don't want to know, and he did tell me about that. He told me that he made her give him a blowjob, and that pissed me off. And I told him that was stupid. That he should not have done that. That should not have happened at all.
right. And it pissed you off, Tracy. So in my opinion, I think you got jealous and then you told him to just go ahead and take care of Gail all the way. Again, Tracy is just as vile, just as responsible. If anything, she's the ringleader, the puppet master, in my opinion.
And no, I never told him to do it.
So, which one? Brett told you that he made her give him a blowjob.
Yeah.
Okay. Did he say anything else about touching her?
No. I think he probably wouldn't have, because he knows I would have got mad. He wouldn't have.
Right, if he would have done that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But it was never the plan to kill her. I would never have. I would have never thought of doing that.
Tracy may not have been the one that gave the order for Gail to die. Perhaps Brett Kelly really is a sick and twisted individual who decided to deviate from a robbery scheme and
I think both can be true at the same time. I really do. I believe both can be true at the same time, because I think she did definitely use him as a pawn to do her bidding, Detroit. Absolutely. And, the big age difference we have there is a big gap. Also, very immature on both parties. You know, Mom hanging out with all these young kids that are supposed to be her children's friends, right? And she's like right in the mix of all of them and fitting right in, apparently. Little Miss Sharon says, Lady Freedom, in my opinion, CP kept information from KP and could pass the lie detector, then filled her in later, allegedly. I think so. I think they definitely got a script together too, right? And got their story straight, so to speak. Um, Made sure everything was kosher according to Chris, right? And I think that that's a big part of it, was that Katie kind of facilitated her part, but may not have known the whole of everything. And again, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence or facts that we've seen in the case that would support that, or from coming from Chris and Katie's own words, even. Um, but yeah, again, in this situation, I believe both can be true. And this is, again, he's got a lot of tattoos. Because I'm going to show you guys a picture of him a little bit um, more recent. But Michael Kelly arriving for, and his name's Brett, Michael Brett Kelly, or Brett Michael Kelly. I'm not sure, but either way, arrives for the hearing on Wednesday at Bibb County Magistrate Court.
Assault and kill for his own pleasure. But when it comes to the sexual assault part of this case, it bothers me how Tracy describes her feelings on it. Put yourself in her flippers. Your boyfriend just murdered a woman and intimately violated her. Would your response to his heinous action be to tell him that it was stupid? And assuming you intended only to rob this now murder victim, would you still plan to take your kids and run away with this man?
Hell no. And this lady is sick as hell because she was upset because he did something with another lady. In my opinion, I think she was very much a part of, in a jealous rage, telling him, yeah, go ahead and just take poor Gail's life, right? Even though Gail didn't ask for this, he brutalized her. Absolutely sick of this woman. And then, as Mr. Black is saying here, I mean, crazy, right? Just absolutely crazy. Um, so prosecutors plan to take Michael Brett Kelly to trial, first in an alleged embezzlement scheme that resulted in slaying of a Macon legal secretary. Based on our review of the evidence, it makes sense, District Attorney David Cook said after Tuesday hearing in the case. Prosecutors will seek the death penalty against Kelly, 19, and his then girlfriend, 38. Oh, here we go, 38-year-old Tracy Michelle Jones, in the death of Gail Spencer. Kelly and Keith Anthony Dozier allegedly held Spencer at her Stinsonville Road home October 5th, 2012, while Jones transferred $1.3 million from accounts at the Macon's Pinkston and Associates law firm. Jones and Spencer worked at the law firm at the time of Spencer's death. And again, here he is being taken in, making his way to the defense table Tuesday before a hearing in connection with the death of Macon legal secretary Gail Spencer. So sad.
Would he still be living with you? You could maybe say Tracy was scared and already in too deep to back out. But if you ask me, this reasoning doesn't stick any more than tape does to oil. Because Tracy is so adamant in her first interview that Brett would have never done any of this. Had she truly been scared of him, it might have even played in her favor. But something about Tracy just doesn't sit right with me. I'm just not entirely convinced that she and Brett are much different from one another. When Keith Dozier was interviewed, he too confirmed that Brett violated Gail in the same way.
I'm walking back and forth, from the window to make sure nobody comes. And Brett comes to me, he's like, bro, don't come in the room. And I was like, why? He's like, just don't come in the room, just give me like 5 minutes. I was like, okay. And then about 5, maybe 10 minutes go by. He comes back out. He's like, all right, it's cool. And I see her coming out the bathroom, and she's shaking worse than when we got there. And I was like, are you all right? And she's like, yeah, I'm fine. just drinking her water. And I was like, what happened? She's like, nothing, nothing. And so Brett would get a phone call. And you know what I'm saying, he'll turn on the water in the bathroom, and then he'll go into the other room and he'll talk. And then I'll watch her, and then I'll walk back there. I'm like, what's going on? And he's talking to someone. He's like, I might have to kill her. And I'm like, kill who? For what? And he's like, bro, I made her suck my dick. And I was like, why would you do something that stupid? I'm like, I'm like, either way it goes, we're because if we leave and she calls the police and she tells them what you did, they're gonna pump her stomach and they're gonna connect it back to you. Because he said he busted her mouth and he made her swallow.
Okay, so disgusting, trigger warning, but also earlier in this video, earlier in the interrogation, when the police are talking to Brett, he's making the connections with DNA, and this is why. So this is why I think that Brett is responsible for what transpired. That wasn't a part of the embezzlement of the $1.3 million. Because originally, according to what everyone has said, is that it was only originally supposed to be kind of holding her hostage there so she couldn't make it over to the law firm, because she was the only one that was able to have permissions to transfer money over. So they used her fob to do all this, right? So they were keeping her at bay. None of this was supposed to go down, but it was all completely done by these boys. Now, this other person, right, was also there and a lookout. So he witnessed the entire situation, and he is, in my opinion, coming clean about it. Horrible, awful, disgusting situation. And again, fueled a lot of it by the youngest member of all of them, an 18-year-old. Because let's, put everything aside, how we feel about Tracy. We know she's a lying sack of crap, right? But I mean, this was not part of it. And she didn't tell him to do that part. She was pissed and she was jealous about it. And that all is absolutely wretched and disturbing in and of itself. But again, these detectives put all of this work and they were able to figure out each piece of this huge puzzle, right? They were given an enormous task, in my opinion, because they were having to connect all of these dots. And just like All That Is Unseen says, can you imagine this case tried with all the cell phones, texts, and geofence data available now, right? Because this transpired in 2012. So, I mean, absolutely. And they're able to make these connections because they wanted swift justice. They were hungry for it, and they were definitely following the clues that led them to everyone involved in this, because I think it's very complex when you have multiple people. Again, it can be easier because, the more people that know, the higher the chance of someone talking. But again, they were all involved. All of them have something to lose in this. And this is what we see when there are multiple parties involved in a crime. So, very messed up, Detroit. So sad, right? Just very, very sad. Um, I mean, Brenda, that's what I found to be interesting, and I did bring that up in the part one. Brenda says, "I'm wondering if something similar happened to Nancy Guthrie." I wonder too, and especially because of the age of this lady, right? 58 years old. Gail and Nancy Guthrie's older, obviously, but I think money could have been or could be a big motive, right? Again, we have to look at those top 3, the means, the motive, opportunity. But I do think it could have been very money motivated. Obviously, there's been all of these ransoms and all of this, that's kind of pointing in that direction in certain ways, and then we find out, not so much. But I do wonder if Nancy Guthrie was targeted in this way. And again, it's very similar circumstances. Really, really sad. It's amazing what people will do. And again, $1.3 million sounds like a whole lot of money. I mean, it would change my life. I know it would change a lot of our lives. But if you think about how many ways they were splitting it up, I mean, just to put that on a human life to me is very difficult to reconcile. Um, and for an 18-year-old, again, with him being not very worldly, right? I'm not gonna say he's not intelligent. I just think that he wasn't using his full potential and, wasn't focusing on good things and got involved in some really bad things. Um, but again, to him, oh, $1.3 million, holy cow. And then his sister skates off with it, right? But again, he was the one that carried out the evil acts on Gail that she never deserved and that were never supposed to happen, which also fueled his, you know, narcissistic, psychopathic, in my opinion, girlfriend, old hag Tracy, which 38's not an old hag. Much younger than me at this point, but I mean, uh, yeah, I mean, that's the way I look at it. I gotta be a little hard on the situation, even though, he was 18 and of age. I still think she picked him because she knew he was impressionable, and I think she absolutely took advantage and used him as a pawn. What he did on his extra time and everything, that was all on him.
I was like, it's gonna come back to you. And he's like, well, we gotta kill her. I was like, shit, even if you kill her, they still gonna find it. He's talking about, he's like, no, I talked to my mom, and what I'm saying, she said the stomach acids are going to eat it all up, and I was like, that shit don't sound right. One thing, like, after you die, everything stops working.
Okay, and then also they're talking and consulting with his mom, who was acting like she really didn't even know what was going on. So again, this is a very twisted tale. This is a very um horrible circumstance where obviously a lot of people were in the know about this crime and about some of these very gruesome details, and no one decided to come forward until the detectives started knocking on everyone's door, right? That's what it takes. It takes old-fashioned police work, detective work, right? Like Faye's saying, old school detectives were doing the job, not waiting for the scientists to solve a crime, in my opinion. Absolutely. They're door knocking, they're speaking to witnesses, they're getting out there in the field. Let's figure this out, right? Um, you have to. The criminals aren't going to come to you and say, "Hey, I did it." You have to put some work into it. Put some ass into it. Let's get some, police work going. So, in a way, I'm glad that these essays were stopped because they were caught so young, prevented more potential essay, in my opinion. Oh, definitely. All that is unseen. I mean, there's no doubt about it in my mind. When I see this young man, that he's highly disturbed and twisted, and took it upon himself. Also, I don't let me forget to show you guys this tattooed version, prison tattoo, prison Brett, a couple years later. Very scary and very telling about who he is on the inside. And hello, Brad. Good to see you. Definitely prevented a serial essay, in my opinion. Oh, absolutely. And anytime you see those dead eyes, in my opinion, it's pure evil, Devin. It is. And again, I would invite people to look at some of those pictures out of Katie. Not The lights are on, but no one's home.
So, first light, you think we should let her go? I was like, hell, check her license. If she says anything, or if you even think that she says anything, you're probably gonna come back and kill her anyway. I was like, and then he went in there. He's like, can we trust you not to say anything after we leave? She's like, no, I'm not gonna say anything. I'll sit here however long you want me to, and I won't move.
And guys, I could be wrong, but I think this is Chapman. This looks like Chapman over here. Our boy Chapman earlier. I'm like, you will be offended by Chapman. He's just doing his job, in my opinion. But I do think that's him. Look how quiet and reserved he is. Look at his body language. Look how they're just listening. This is the other detective that was very aggressive. But look at when they have a suspect, or they're getting a confession from someone and someone is telling them the truth. Look how quiet they are. You could hear a pin drop. There's no animated version here. Chapman is just listening and having an easy day for a change. um Very interesting, because again, if at any point, there's no doubt in my mind that one of these guys would have jumped this kid's ass if he would have told anything but the truth here. And they're as quiet as can be, just listening, right? Listening to him, because they know he's being truthful. They know he's being honest, because they know, based on the evidence, what the truth is. Very interesting. Great police work. I wish we could have this in Sebastian's case. It's what he deserves. It's what everybody deserves.
He threatened to kill her grandchildren. Then we went in the other room. He was like, bro, I don't believe it. I'm gonna kill him. And I was like, he's like, you down with me? I was like, I can't have nobody's blood on my hands. I was like, I can't do that. And he was like, oh, all right then. He's like, I'm not gonna make you do it. He's like, you've been with me this long, so. So he's like, just stand and watch. Left out the room. Minutes go by. And then I hear a bunch of wrestling around.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is...
I can hear her screaming.
I'm sorry, I was muted. So yes, Detroit, this guy was there. He was the lookout, right? So he witnessed everything, but he is actually taking himself out of and distancing himself and saying, hey, I didn't agree to any of the things that Brett was wanting to do. But he was absolutely there. They were the two that were sitting with her all day long. So he was there the whole day. Yeah, I know. I mean, like I said, this did not have to happen to poor Gail. I mean, yeah, they could have taken her fob, they could have grabbed the money, they could have been out of town. Um, I, I think one thing that was a big hindrance for that is because she needed signatures for her 15 and 17-year-old kids for the passports. I think that's the reason why they didn't leave town right away. Also, you know, his sister, Ms. Kelly, she decided to take off with the money as well. So that was another hindrance, in what soiled their plan. But if they would have just stuck to everything, they could have really gotten away with, just embezzling all of this money and, maybe making it as far as Mexico or somewhere like that. Um, yeah, because this absolutely didn't have to happen. He had he could have stopped him, and he is going to get just as much time as they did. And again, it took a little bit longer. 10, 10, 12 is when they're interviewing um this gentleman here. I can't for the life of me think about what his name is for some reason. But again, yeah, very complicit, allowed for it, didn't stop it, knew it was going to be carried out, said he didn't want to have anything to do with it, but then again, just let it happen. And Brenda, I agree too with what you said about another great tactic, right? Leave these awkward silences in, and then the person will just continue to talk, because they're filling the silence, or dead air.
You promise. You promise. You promise. About 5 minutes go by. He comes running out the room. He's rummaging through the kitchen. I look in the room, and she's snoring, like she's been knocked out. And I was like, what'd you do to her? He's like, I tried to suffocate her, but it seems like she just, like she's asleep. And he comes back with a trash bag. Come watch it. About another 5 minutes go by. And she just laid out on the bed. And he goes in the bathroom, he's looking for something, and he goes in the kitchen. And he starts spraying Clorox everywhere.
How horrible. This genius, he sprays Clorox everywhere. Um, that won't do anything. We know that. And I agree, Detroit, that could have been his mom or his grandmother just blinded by greed. All of these people, because he didn't care as long as he was going to get a part of that money. In my opinion, in that moment, that's probably why he didn't stop anything. If I could take a guess, no honor among thieves, no promises. Well said, all that is unseen. It's absolutely disturbing. And again, there was so many opportunities for this to never have happened.
Then he called somebody. He's like, "Your bitch is dead."
Three of the four people charged in the death of Macon legal secretary Gail Spencer will serve life in prison.
A crowd of family and friends dressed in red looked on as Bibb Superior Court Judge Tillman Self handed out the ruling. Tracy Michelle Jones, Michael Brett Kelly, and Kelly's half-sister Courtney Nicole Kelly all pleaded guilty today to felony murder as well as a slew of other charges. Courtney Kelly has the possibility of getting parole. District Attorney David Cook says he wants today's hearing to be a message to those who commit a violent crime.
We're just grateful to be able to get justice for Gail Spencer, her family, and the community on 3 out of the 4 defendants. Had the attorney not gotten sick earlier this year, we would have wrapped these folks up about a month ago.
The fourth co-defendant in this case, Keith Anthony Dozier, is in the Bibb County Jail awaiting trial. Cook says the state is seeking the maximum sentencing on Dozier, which could mean life in prison without parole. A trial date has not been set.
Everyone involved in this case in covering it up is a monster. Obviously, some players here were bigger monsters than others, but none of them seemed to adequately mind the actions of the cruelest member in their crew. And if anyone outside of those that were convicted aided the people involved, you are just as guilty, and I'm sure karma will see you through. Judging by the facts in this story.
Okay, again, guys, so this is, more tattoos because he did not have these tattoos at the time that they were interrogating him. But I mean, probably infected. These ones look like they were professionally done, in my opinion, but jailhouse, definitely. His face is all tagged up. So very, very sad.
It certainly seems like plenty of others knew something, but did nothing. Big respect to Dustin for having the gall to come forward. Thanks to you, this man and 3 other Macon monsters are behind bars.
Oh, 100%. If it wasn't for Dustin, if it was not for his telling what he knew, who knows how long it would have taken to coax out the confession if they would have ever gotten it. Because until that happened, Brett never felt the weight of his or ramifications of his actions, in my opinion. And yes, Detroit, that's him. I know. Isn't it just, tell us you're a crazy psycho without telling us you're a crazy psycho. Before he looked like a nice, handsome young man. Not so much with all of this going on, right? At least it's identifiable. That's all I can say. Yes, Faye, exactly. Sebastian's house was smelling like chlorine when the police went into the house allegedly. Yeah. And that's the thing. They think that they could cover it up, and they can't. That's again, dead giveaway. If the house is smelling like bleach, somebody tried to clean up the scene. In my opinion, should never be that way. When was Katie cleaning? The night before? She said she went to bed at midnight. There wouldn't be still such a potent smell, in my opinion, even if she bleached the countertops before she went to bed, which she never said she did. So yeah, that's such a good point, Faye. Thank you. God will rain down on you, only then you will realize you fucked up, right? Yeah, Devin, 100%. And again, yeah, at least he's more identifiable now. Really sad. So, yeah, just like in Sebastian's case. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Most definitely. Most definitely. And I
I'm
think
Mr. Black, and thank you.
All right, and big shout out to Mr. Black. So, we've done a part 1 and part 2. This one's lasted a little bit longer because I did get booted off the internet briefly, but really, really good stuff here. And then at the end, it puts in the Call the Child Help National Child Abuse Hotline, right? Also, National DV Hotline. All of this is put in National Human Trafficking Hotline, all of this, right? justiceforchildren.org. Just really important resources. Again, we need someone, anyone. If it's the FBI, I think they do need to re-examine Sebastian's case from the beginning. But I am working on putting together another Discord in order for us to do that as well, just to kind of put things together, compile some things because we can share in there and that sort of thing. A lot of it I will be putting up, and discussing live still, but just to kind of put it into some timelines, have some of us work out timelines or theories, and see where there's some gaps in there and things like that. I think it would be beneficial, something interesting, because there's something that we're missing, right? Again, there's a lot in Sebastian's case from the last 2 years. So much has happened, so much has been said, so much has been done, right? Not and really particularly to find Sebastian, but trying to get down to it. And then also some of these behaviors. I mean, that's why I like to watch these interrogations. I like to see the behaviors of these people who are guilty. It's a big indication of the patterns in true crime that we can identify and apply to different cases. Um, just like Wade Wilson. That's what I was saying to Troy. I forgot that this was in the video because I was going to show you right after this. And also, All That Is Unseen. Yes, it happened in a house, a really cute little yellow house. I did a video that I played in the beginning, where they do show Gail's house and her car, because they did move her car and bring it and park it at a church. They were doing things to try to cover their tracks, just didn't do a very good job. So, thank you, Devin. Yeah, I'm excited about it. And it would just be something interesting for us to kind of start at the beginning more so. And then, I can push out a lot of the, videos and things that we talk about, what's inspired by, and, kind of go over that as well. Also for Devlin Tate. So Devlin Tate's coming up on 1 year, missing for 1 year. And again, I'm wanting to do a live stream. I'm going to start trying to multi stream on Kick and also on Facebook, because Devlin's case is really big on Facebook. So are a lot of cases, but Haley Busby as well. So I would like to, continue on covering some cases. Also, I believe, is it this week for Jonathan Hong? I would like to do another live on Jonathan too. Very similar to Devlin in a lot of ways. Conservatorship, a lot of similarities. It's just crazy to me that Devlin wasn't caught on camera either. Yeah, I mean, I would think everybody would have smelled the chlorine, I mean, I would think so. I mean, I don't remember Seth ever saying that. I remember him, talking about Kathy and her talking about the jewelry and not seeming like she really gave a crap. Katie was crying. He recalls that. I don't think I remember him saying anything about the chlorine, or the bleach, but I wonder if that was on a different visit, because I do know that was alleged. Now that you say that though, Miss Sharon, I wonder when that was alleged. I know it was also alleged they had professional cleaners come out too. Um, right, exactly. Out all weekend, and when did you find time to clean? Exactly. Well, interesting. Did anyone remember when the bleach was disclosed. See, that's what I was wondering too. Thank you, all that is unseen. That's funny. Great minds, right? Many mistakes happened in Sebastian's case. I think so too. I think the biggest one too, Faye, there's no way, right? There is no way, in my opinion, that Sebastian walked off without any shoes on. I mean, it's a wooded areas around all around. So that would been in my opinion, it's preposterous to believe that he walked out on his own too because there's no camera footage. Um, oh yeah, definitely in the Morphew case. Detroit says I can't remember who said that about the bleach, but it was also stated in the Morphew case. Yeah. I mean, and it's pretty I mean, I've heard about it in a lot of cases. I wouldn't say common, fairly common maybe. Um, but again, people panic and do things and try to cover things up, and they make mistakes on that as well. It's a very heavy burden to carry. Again, I can see it in Chris and Katie. Their stress levels are high, and it's just an extremely high burden to carry. The lying, all of it. So. Yes, my PTSD. I do have a playlist. I actually have to add a couple to the playlist as well, but we did interview the family members and things like that in Devlin's case. Again, I wish that they would have the time or the resources to get that polygraph in because that could really help us identify um, a lot, in my opinion. Just kind of ruling things out. Not that they're admissible in court, but I think they can be a useful tool. Um, so. I don't know if we could file a FOIA for the report on Sonny's accidental death. That'd be interesting, my PTSD. Um, yeah, I can see where that would be something that would maybe give us some better understanding about the situation. Um, I can't imagine the extensive search for Sebastian Rogers if chlorine was smelled first day. Yes, I heard much later about professional cleaning in Sebastian Rogers. Yeah, I remember them definitely talking about having somebody come out. And then also, I know Katie allegedly put out an ad for someone to help her move furniture. And I do believe that that was screenshotted. I don't know if I still have it. I think I've showed it before. So that was interesting as well, you know? Oh, the officers were saying it in the dispatch? Oh, I'll have to go back and listen then, Faye. There's so many interesting details in the dispatch. There really is. There's a lot of information, and they were moving very, very quickly. Their response was swift, and so was the execution of searching. Now, if we could have had them bring Katie to the station, have Seth meet her down there, have have Chris meet Katie and Seth down there in separate rooms. We would have had, in my opinion, a greater idea of where we could be looking for Sebastian if he would have been missing for this long, which I don't think he would be. And I hate saying things like that, right? Because shoulda, woulda, coulda, I can't really prove that, right? But in my opinion, if we would have had the search simultaneous with police work, good old fashioned, bring you into a room, ask you questions, right? Um, as we witnessed here, I think that we wouldn't be here talking about Sebastian. I think he would have been found, and I think there would have been justice on its way. They basically called it an accident, closed case or case closed. Ugh. I mean, yeah. Oh, thank you, Devin. That's so sweet of you. I appreciate you saying that. Um, I just want to make sure that we bring in some interesting details too with Sebastian's case because there's a lot of cases out there that are just so very similar. Again, even Gannon Stauch. When I look at Letitia, there's been so many times where she's given me, Chris Proudfoot vibes, but also Katie Proudfoot vibes. So, I'd like to explore that as well. Um, what I remember is when someone said the windows was open in Sebastian Rogers. Oh, yeah. I think someone said something about a kitchen window, but then Chris and Katie had said there was no windows, no doors unlocked. Um, yeah, and then of course the silhouette in the window. Those are the things that I'd like to kind of piece together, for us to kind of have that little back to the basics timeline, because we do know more now than we did, I think. Yeah, peroxide is one thing, absolutely. Yeah. But there may not have been any, blood spatter or blood or anything. There may not have been. It just kind of depends. Again, some people think that maybe, Sebastian was sedated on his prescription medications, and that's how they were able to get him out of the house. Other people, speculate many different things, but I think if we were able to, really work a couple different theories and see where they lead us, because then we can follow the facts. I think it'd be worth doing. I mean, 2 years, it doesn't seem like the police are looking, they're just waiting to find him. They're waiting for somebody to find him, right? I don't know what their theory is. That's what's tough, too, because they haven't given us many clues. But, again, I think we need to read between the lines as well. So, aw, thank you, all that is unseen. Yes. Yes, I always like to put out the videos for you guys, so you could look at them yourselves or pause to read or, yeah, because I know sometimes my commentary, because I pause in the middle, there might be something in there. And then, anybody that wants to screenshot from it, put it in their own video, kind of share it out. That's really what I'm hoping for, is for us to get some more kind of fact-based theorizing going on. But working the theories all the way through is important too. So, and if you guys see Sebastian right out, or if you think you see him, definitely send it out to all law enforcement. I know there's been a lot. I mean, I know it's hard to tell if they're even following up. It's disheartening, it's sad, but, I'd like to believe they are, um, especially, the FBI has that $50,000 reward, so I'd like to believe that they wouldn't do that unless they were active. um, I don't know, it's tough. Again, speculating as well. I haven't known any cases that Detective Carter has solved, which doesn't give me a whole lot of hope, right? It's kind of, again, a little bit upsetting knowing that we're dealing with a rookie who doesn't seem to be also hungry to find Sebastian. There's other things that he's involved in as well. So not just only looking for Sebastian or working his case. So it is. It is a shock, Sam. It is, Sonny's passing, and something that we never really got much information on other than that it was accidental. I think that's where there's a lot of intrigue too, for more understanding. So imagine one long document of every able to input statements or facts in some kind of order along with the source. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what I'm hoping for in the Sebastian War Room, where we can really just like stick to like, all right, let's focus on the first week. Let's pull in all of our information for the first week and go through it, right? With a fine tooth comb. Okay, what was said, what was done. Law enforcement was heavy, right? We know that the CART team was brought in, right? We know that the FBI, marshals were brought in, as well. I'm sorry, boots on the ground. They had horseback, they had the ATVs, they had all of that. Tons of resources were brought in. So I'd like to kind of go over that too, and that they went over what areas. So I mean, we can't say 100%. Those woods are so dense. And then also, they were using drones out there. They were not physically searching. It's different. I mean, drones, don't get me wrong, are useful. and they can pick up, they have heat seeking and things like that. But after a certain point, um, boots on the ground is the best, right? So, I thank you, all those unseen. The furniture, oh, the moving of the furniture, I think it was in November before Sebastian went missing. Oh, okay, Faye, thank you. And now that you say that too, Faye, I think it's important also that we even examine from the time the CPS started, right, in November of 2022, I believe it was, or October, November, um, working off of that too, because we also, again, means motive opportunity. So we need to look at the events that could have caused, because I do think there's some really big ones in there, right? Like the court cases with Faye, or excuse me, the court cases with Faith, not just Faye, Faith, and then also the ultimatum, the pressure on Chris and Katie's relationship, again, makes me wonder, watching this other interrogation, this other liar, um, I don't want to know about it, right? So, okay, do whatever you want to do, right? Put the ball in that person's court. Sounds like Katie, in my opinion. She doesn't like to take responsibility for much. She clams up. Who has all of Sebastian's belongings? They surely didn't ask Seth if he wanted anything allegedly. Well, that's a good point. That is a really good point, Detroit. And I haven't even really thought about that too much. But that's a good question. I mean, we've heard that they cleared out Sebastian's room. Why wouldn't they? I mean, in my opinion, Sebastian has belongings still in his rooms, like we saw it on the America's Most Wanted. Yeah, that is heartbreaking. So, what a document that would be. Exactly. 982 pages for the first day. No, I'm just kidding. For the first week. But really pulling in that the dispatch again and going over it with a fine-tooth comb. Okay, this is what was said. Okay. And and again, also mapping out the area. Okay, this is this house. This was checked for this. Their crawl space was checked right away. That would be something that would be valuable too. That would be a great video to put out for people to share as well. I don't know if anybody else has done that, but it'd be something to work on, just to kind of go, like I said, back knowing what we know now. So yeah, because I think they wanted to do why wouldn't they do the America's Most Wanted interview at their house? I think they wanted to do it at that Airbnb because I think they didn't want people to know. Typically when a parent loses a child, even if it's not, in such a way as this, I mean, they don't change their child's room. And I mean, they just don't. It's like they want them to come home, right? And they want them to feel welcome when they come home. Clearing out one's room is basically telling the child, I didn't think you were going to come back. I wasn't worried about you, in my opinion, and Katie is very hurtful in that way. Yet she says that everybody else is so hurtful and hateful. But how do you think Sebastian would feel knowing that they took his stuff out of his room? You know? So, I mean, I all that is unseen, it could be, and that's even if Sebastian made it home. See, that's another kind of fork in the road, that I think we need to kind of travel down also, just to see if it all works out and where we can, where it leads us to. Um, Somebody took the trash out, allegedly. You can't see it, it's grainy. Was it Sebastian? Um, yeah, they did. They put it on display again. They sure did. Um, oh, that's all right, Devin. Hey, you'll get very familiar with it because we'll be going back to the beginning again and revisiting a lot of the topics. So, yeah, the dispatch. I think that would be really good to do the dispatch again, which we have. There's another one out there too, though, that is more. So that's what was tough, is because we were getting kind of bits and pieces of the dispatch, never, from A to B. So, I definitely like piecing the puzzles together. Devin, this one was hard though. Just listening to the horrible situation. Poor Gail, but I was glad to be able to kind of spread awareness around again and kind of revisit her story. Um, also, I just thought there was so many similarities in the way that Tracy acted and the mannerisms. Part one is really full of really good examples of how um, Katie and Tracy's story and body language, just some key things to look at. Um, really matched up to a T, in my opinion. Um, thank you, thank you, Detroit. That's so sweet. You guys are so welcoming to everyone. Thank you. If I remember correctly, the Narc Divers had the whole dispatch from the first days if he still has them on his channel. Oh, cool. Okay, great. I remember getting Narc Divers, was it? Well, I think I used it from a different creator, but it was Narc Divers. I think that's what it was because I remember using that too in the beginning. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, and I am right there with Mob Crew on the lights video, right? Like if Sebastian made it home and he was taken out of the house that night, that's my theory. Where Sebastian was taken out in some sort of a vehicle, right? Even in my opinion, carried out. Um, yeah, I'm right there. But now if he didn't make it home, because some evidence does suggest that, um, albeit circumstantial, but I mean, it, you know, when we look at Katie just going directly into the garage and not letting Sebastian out, and he usually uses the front door, when we see the neighbor saying that Sebastian couldn't get in the front door on Saturday after they got back from Costco, it makes me wonder, did they change the code, right? And then was Sebastian, not all there, and that's why it was okay for him to go in the way that he's not used to going in. Did Katie take him out in the morning? There's been a couple of different scenarios there that I'd like to work out. And working out the theory all the way through is important too, because I mean there can be roadblocks there, and that's how we know, okay, we're not on the right path, right? This isn't working. So but I'm right there. Yeah. I'm right there with the 3 a.m. lights. And it's because that's the activity in the neighborhood, right? That makes more sense than Sebastian walked off without any shoes on and evaded all the cameras in the neighborhood. To me, that is like, that's a no for me. But well, guys, I love you all so very, very much. And again, thank you for sticking around with me when I lost internet connection. That was awesome. I saw you guys kind of dropping off, like, okay, good night, guys. And I was like, oh, no, hold on. So I appreciate you guys sticking around. And we're going to be saying prayers for you too. Thank you for being here with us, hon. And I hope things are better for you soon. And I hope you feel better soon. And I appreciate all of you guys being here so much. Thank you for bearing with me through this. This was a tough story. But I also kind of wanted to follow all the way through with it and, just kind of show the different dynamics of when we have more than one involved, because I do believe that there are more than one involved in this. So good night, Coffee, Crime, and Cats. Good night, Cinderella, all that is unseen. Thank you guys. Good night, Faye. And my piece TSD and Detroit and Devin. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you guys. And I will see you guys tomorrow on the afternoon show.